doing Instagram lives, and then there was just a kind of, I guess, like a false alarm. Two ribs had kind of surrounded Alma, and people had got ready, but nothing happened then, which now looks like it was most likely a reconnaissance mission for what's happening now. But yeah, I mean, I've
That's
been go on.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you, Garrett, since you're talking about the previous flotillas, how have you been seeing British media coverage of the flotillas in general, the ones that are trying to break the siege on Gaza? How have you seen the way Western media has been kind of dealing with this topic,
I think it's been pretty
or British media, I should say
atrocious.
specifically?
Yeah,
Yeah, go
British
ahead.
media.
Sorry.
I think it's been pretty atrocious, to be honest. I've been, we've been hearing reports about in Italy how this has become such a kind of huge issue, which has led to, Italy's far right government feeling like they need to intervene to protect the safety of their citizens. And here, I've seen, stories about stories about the IDF blasting ABBA at Greta Thunberg, making headlines, and barely any coverage of the flotilla in the weeks that have come. I mean, I was in Barcelona for the launch, and obviously, we were there, Novara Media, you guys were there, lots of other kind of, sort of, I guess, alternative news outlets. And I was really surprised to see that the BBC weren't there, Sky News, The Guardian, like where were they? And, even looking at the people who've gone on the mission who are journalists and have decided that, this is something important that the world needs to see, and that you need independent, verifiable journalism to expose that and to kind of amplify that. Yeah, it's really surprising to see that, there's been, in my mind, not very much Western media coverage of the flotilla. And obviously now, we're getting a lot of, obviously the whole world's eyes are on what's happening right on this screen that I'm looking at. But yeah, where have they been for the last month? And even, like in Tunisia, when two of the boats were struck by drones, that was barely reported. I think, it was widely reported that the Tunisians had initially put out a statement saying that this was like a cigarette that somebody had thrown, or that this was a flare. There was lots of right wing um, propaganda about it being a flare that somebody had set off. And then since then, the Tunisian Coast Guard and the Tunisian authorities issued a different statement saying, actually, we're investigating this. They've now detained somebody over it, a European national, and I've barely seen a peep about that. And
To be honest,
that's what. Go on, Matilda.
I agree with you on this front. I was a journalist present for these drone attacks that you're describing in Tunisia. And there were two attacks on two subsequent nights. So the first night, when the media seemed to have such a difficult time to verify whether these attacks had occurred, I thought, well, maybe on the second night of attacks, they'll show up themselves to verify, because this is not a small story. This is an attack in Tunisian sovereign territory against, in one case, a vessel with a Portuguese flag, and in the second case, a vessel with a British flag. And yet, while these news outlets declined to describe these events as verified or verifiable, they also declined to turn up to verify them themselves. However, as a journalist that was present on scene, these were not unverifiable events. I showed up, I interviewed eyewitnesses, I saw the damage and photographed the damage myself. I cross-referenced CCTV from multiple different ships in the harbour. So yeah, I agree with you. There are clearly documented violations against this flotilla that have occurred before tonight, and what we're witnessing right now is the most severe violation so far, and the media has been absent. Absent.
Well, I think this will be a good time, Matilda, to even to delve into your experience on the boat as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So I was on the flotilla. I joined the flotilla in Tunisia, which was the second port of departure. So this flotilla has seen boats coming together from Barcelona, Tunisia, Sicily, and Greece. and now you have 43 vessels carrying nearly 500 participants from 47 different countries around the world with aid towards Gaza. I was trained and expecting to be on the boats right now for this interception. I was on the family boat, which was the lead boat, with Kieran, Gary, your colleague. And then just a few days ago, the boat suffered catastrophic engine damage and it was decommissioned. And I very sadly was not allocated a position on a boat that I could continue coverage from. And so I am here, and Kieran Andrew, another journalist, is on board Adara, which was one of the first ships intercepted. And so he is no longer on board Adara. Adara is a ship that has, we think, been evacuated by the Israeli military.
And was the damage, Matilda, because of the drone attacks?
So with the damage to family boat, this was not due to the drone attacks. This was due to suspected sabotage on the engine. It followed a pattern of sabotage that had occurred to several boats, and it was in the days that followed. We had a sort of intensive drone attack several days before, a week, I can't remember the exact date, where the flotilla was attacked in the middle of the night we had 14 drone attacks on the flotilla in one night. And after that, we had to moor in Greek waters, and some of the boats were undergoing maintenance, and lots of people were coming on and off the boat. And so the possibility of sabotage was high, and that's still sort of being investigated. It is possible, though, also it's important to say that these boats, they are not really designed to do these journeys. This is not a governmental operation or a professional naval operation. This is a grassroots, amateur, ramshackle operation that is bringing together a lot of different boats that are not really up to the journeys. And so it was either sabotage or just simply mechanical failure that rendered the lead ship of the flotilla unseaworthy just days before they reached the final destination.
Right. And one more thing, Matilda, because as we're watching the live stream right now, and obviously we're seeing the participants on the boat raise their hands.
Yeah.
What can you tell us about what this means? I believe it was part of your training as well.
Absolutely. Yeah. So every single participant on the flotilla had to take mandatory training in nonviolent resistance and de-escalation. We always knew that the risk of violence, particularly at this stage, at the interception stage, was quite high for the global summer flotilla. This is because of the number of boats and the number of passengers, the demographic makeup of the boat. This is participants, about 50% from the global south. So yeah, we always knew how important it was to de-escalate in the case of any confrontation with Israel. So what you're seeing now is a protocol that everyone was trained in before boarding and that everyone has drilled pretty much every day since boarding. We will have discussed how to arrange ourselves on deck, to present ourselves to Israel as non-threatening, to hold our hands out to show that no one is carrying weapons, in anticipation for what is happening right now. And already what we've seen are quite remarkable scenes coming through these live streams, because we've seen people sitting with their arms held out, composed and unprovoked, as they have been bombarded with water cannons, and yeah, they have maintained their sort of peaceful stance. This is also in contradiction to messaging that Israel has been pushing out about this flotilla. Israel has been claiming that this flotilla has violent intentions, that it is directly organized and funded by Hamas, that it is a terrorist operation. This is not true, and they do not have evidence for this. Nevertheless, their messaging to this end has been cause for concern. I mean, Gary, perhaps you can speak to this regarding Novara having a journalist on board the flotilla. When you started to see Israel pushing out messaging describing the flotilla as a terrorist operation, did Novara have security concerns for its staff member Kieran Andrew on board?
I mean, we've had security concerns about Kieran from day one, right? Since he got on board, and that's that's what he signed up for, and that's what we kind of expected. But I think the thing that's really striking about those tweets and statements that the Israelis have been putting out is like how kind of nakedly dishonest so much of it is. I mean, I think yesterday there was a tweet where they'd circled a picture of George Galloway as, I'm sure you've both seen the picture I'm talking about, where you had one alleged member of Hamas circled, and then a British parliamentarian, George Galloway, circled, as though they were the same person. And
this was on an official government Twitter account.
Yeah, on an official government Twitter account. And it's kind of like they are so comfortable just lying to the world.
Absolutely. And yeah, they said that they had evidence, and this was not evidence, this was just smear tactics, guilt by association. If the claim is, if Israel's claim is that this flotilla is a military operation, or that it is carrying military cargo or weaponry, then the only evidence that will suffice on that front is evidence that the flotilla is carrying military cargo or weaponry. It is not. As a journalist on board, I can verify that. Specifically reported on the aid on board, and participated myself in the non-violence training. So yeah, it is very, very concerning, and it has raised the security level for tonight quite significantly, because it can be read as a sort of premeditated justification for violence.
Yeah, Gary, if I can, with another question. So we've seen several outlets send reporters onto the Sumud flotilla boats. Obviously, there's us, Middle East Eye. There's also Drop Site. There's you at Novara. There's an Al Jazeera journalist as well from Mubashir. But if we focus on Novara, can you tell us maybe about how you guys, whatever meetings you guys had, or coming to terms with sending a journalist? You talked about your colleague Kieran. The decision to send a colleague on board. How do you come to terms with that, and what were the kind of discussions that were happening at the time before you decided to do that?
Well, I guess to answer that question, I have to make it clear. Kieran wanted to go. We didn't. This wasn't an assignment from us. It was like something Kieran really felt very passionate about. And Kieran's a regular contributor on Novara. He co-hosts our Tuesday show with Aramstani, and as I'm sure you've mentioned already, he's half Palestinian. And yeah, he really felt like he wanted to be part of something that would make a difference. He has family in Palestine, and his grandfather was shot in the head by the IDF, and I guess for him, he really felt that he needed to try and do something.
So he felt it was quite personal for him.
It was a very personal thing, yeah. And I guess we're not a big outlet. We don't have like a big budget. We don't have like we don't send people into dangerous situations very often. I mean, ever really, until this. And that's because I guess there are a lot of safety concerns. There's a lot of kind of responsibility when you're doing that. And yeah, with the flotilla, Kieran really felt really passionate about going. And then our decision making around that was like, how do we then kind of help amplify Kieran's messaging, kind of get his journalism out as best as we can.
Yeah. I was just going to say, Gary, I feel what you're feeling right now. Kieran and I did become very, very close when we were on board family together, and it was very, very difficult when the time came that we were all separated, and that those who were to continue were to do the most difficult part of this journey without familiar faces, without familiar vessels, and without the people that they had trained for that moment with. But what I would say is that in the last couple of days, probably you observed the same thing. Kieran's morale really seemed to improve, and the last that I spoke to him, he was really resolute and calm and confident in what he was doing on board Adara as it was intercepted.
Well, also there's been multiple opportunities where the participants could get off, and there are people who've left the mission voluntarily. Spent time in Tunisia, spent time in Greece, and yeah, Kieran has never budged. He's determined, and even something he said. We were live. He was on Instagram Live shortly before he was intercepted, and he kind of had this kind of resignation about what was happening, and he said we could almost hear Gaza, and like all we wanted to do was just take this aid, and really, is this what's happening?
Well, it looks like. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Matilda, don't mean to cut you off.
I was going to say, I mean, Kieran said, every mile closer to Gaza is victory.
Well, Gary McQuiggan, listen, thank you so much for joining us. Seems that it's going to be a long night, and we're both going to be, all of us are going to be following it. So thank you again for joining us. Best of luck with everything, and hope to speak to you soon.
Great, my pleasure. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Gary.
Just an update on the interception. Mm-hmm. We have 8, is it 8 or 9? 9 confirmed intercepted boats now.
9.
Yeah, 9. So from about 6 p.m. UK time tonight to the current hour, we have had 9 boats intercepted. Those are Ulma, Sirius, Adara, Spectre, Hugo, and Dare Yassin, and most recently Aurora, Yulara, and Grand Blue. Those boats have formerly been intercepted by Israel, and the passengers
are any of them, Matilda, the ones that had Rima Hassan, the French Palestinian member of the European Parliament?
That's a great question. I think that the last I heard, Rima Hassan was on Captain Nico.
Okay.
So no. However, I believe it's possible she was moved boats. Let me see if I can get final information on that.
Yeah, because I saw her maybe a few minutes ago post that their boat is still on its way towards Gaza, basically, so it hasn't been intercepted from the point that she posted that Instagram post.
Yeah, if we look at the Global Summit Flotilla tracker, there are boats that are still fast approaching the shores of Gaza at about 5 knots. They are getting pretty close, to be honest. Although Israel has made it perfectly clear that they do not intend to allow any of the boats to actually reach Gaza. But we will stay on this feed, and we will continue watching the progress of those boats and the illegal interception currently being enacted by Israel until we lose connection.
There was a question that I had in mind as I was listening to Gary talk about his colleague, and I wanted to ask you the same thing, is that, when you decided that you were ready to go and join the flotilla, how did you process that?
Oof, wow, yeah.
Heavy question.
Heavy question. But no, you're right. It's an important question because there's a lot of people on those boats, nearly 500. And every single one of them went through that process. Every single one of them asked themselves, were they prepared to face potentially fatal violence at the hands of Israel in order to participate in this mission? And I suppose every single one of them came to the answer that they were. And everyone will have different reasons for that. I myself, I was asked to go by Middle East Eye as a journalist. And so I was there in a different capacity to most people, not as an activist or as a humanitarian aid worker, but as a journalist to report.
Absolutely, as a journalist, and I think we're all in agreement on that. I was just curious on how
Yeah,
you
no,
process it
it's
on
true
the
though. I mean,
personal front.
it still was still a big question because the threat was very, very real, and that there was one point where the threat was really, really imminent, and indeed we were attacked. And for me, the calculation was firstly, why shouldn't I be on board? This is an entirely lawful um, mission. This fleet is simply a collection of boats and civilians exercising their rights under international maritime law and international humanitarian law to peacefully traverse through international waters in flagged vessels carrying humanitarian aid towards a territory under famine. So there's no reason that it should be in any way controversial for a journalist to be on board. That's sort of the first thing I would say. But I would also say that the need for a journalist to be on board is very, very high because of the risk of illegal violence against unarmed civilians, a repeat pattern, unfortunately, that we have seen from the Israeli state, not just regarding the flotilla, but of course with what's happening in Gaza. And therefore the need to have journalists to pay witness, to verify these attacks is just as important as having war correspondents or local journalists who can make sure that visibility is sustained in areas where these abuses are likely to occur. And I think I'm just seeing on Morgana, I'm sorry, the person who was just very, very close to the camera is one of my former passengers on Family Boat, Miguel Duarte. He is a Portuguese sea rescue activist. And it was good. He was smiling. It was good to see him looking well.
That's something, and by the way, your experience on the boat is something that I'm going to come back to because it's really something I want to delve into, Matilda. But we were just joined by our colleague, Ashfaq Karim, Emmy journalist, reporter, and the host of Apologetic, which is one of Emmy's flagship podcasts. Welcome, Ashfaq. Good to see you.
I've been, thanks Hashim and many people. I have been on Twitter and on other platforms this last few hours that you've been holding up the ship. Excuse the pun, Matilda. And the first thing that's come to my mind is that we're very fortunate that we can see live streams of these boats. It keeps them safe. Our reporting on it also keeps them safe. And of course, we have seen amazing resilience from the Palestinians in Gaza, the Palestinian journalists and ordinary Palestinians who have filmed their own genocide. They don't have live streams of what's occurring. Israel has worked very hard to make it difficult for them to broadcast. A few weeks ago, Bilal Khalid, Mohammed Hashim obviously knows him very well. He's interviewed him on his show. He's a journalist in Gaza. He came to prominence well before Gaza, but he was in Gaza for the first 6 months, and he spoke about the difficulty that the journalists in Gaza have on transmitting what's happening and that people have in transmitting what's happening. How an entire economy has really sprouted, to use that awful term, in Gaza in the last 24 months to support internet uploads. People use eSIMs. They obviously often cannot live stream anything. They need to go to difficult locations, ordinary citizens as well as journalists, to upload the footage that we see, the footage that we've seen of kids being blown up, kids being emaciated, buildings being destroyed. And they do that through immense difficulty and immense courage. And in a way, it's what you've been speaking to, Matilda, through your coverage on the flotilla over the last 3 weeks, and what you've been saying in this live cast for the last 3 or 4 or 5 hours. I don't know how long it's been now. But just that the privilege that we have as non-Palestinians, as people outside of Gaza, we have cameras, we have safety in those cameras, and the people in Gaza have tried, and we all thought that, and I'm sure they thought that through trying and through putting so much of the coverage that we've seen out there live on not on air, but live on social media. But it's been unfortunate, and it's just as I've been seeing this tonight, that's just a reflection that I've been thinking about. And so as I joined, I just think that's something I want to kind of share with you and the people seeing this.
No, thank you for sharing that, Ashfaq, because I can also tell you, having been reporting on the flotilla, every time that there is an incident of harm against the flotilla, the message they really want to drill is that whatever is happening to them, and I say this as we're witnessing like quite violent water attack on the Maria Christina boat, everything that is happening to the flotilla is minimal, fractional compared to what is happening to Palestinians in Gaza. And the whole point of the flotilla is to increase visibility on Gaza, not to distract from it.
Yep. Matilda, I mean, Hashim was asking you a lot about sort of your journey and your safety and just your own personal ideas and why you yourself chose to go on the flotilla. Could you tell us, I mean, before you went for much longer than expected, because I know that I had a briefing with you just before you left, and it was you anticipated the journey from Tunis to what's happening tonight to be, I mean, I think 7 to 10 nights. I'm discussing how to cover that. It obviously was a much longer journey. So what happened with that? Why did it take so long?
That's a great question. Yeah, the expected journey time that I signed up for was 10 to 14 days, including a 2-day training in Tunis. I was still in Tunis after 10 days in that training. We had been waiting for the boats to arrive from Barcelona, and then there'd been delays in Tunis. So the first thing that I would say is that logistically, a flotilla of this kind is sort of unimaginable. There are over 40 boats, 43 now. At one point, there were 52, who've come together from 4 different ports, but have been pulled together by a coalition of 47 nationalities. This is not a government operation. Crucially, this is being done in the absence of government inaction in Gaza. It is a grassroots action, and many of the boats have experienced chronic mechanical difficulties on the way. So there have been far more technical stops than expected. And now every time there is a technical stop, that means often
Matilda,
pulling into the port.
Sorry to interrupt you. I'm just looking at our screen, and we've seen some. I'm sure you've seen it as well. We've seen water cannons, and we're seeing the people on the Paolo have their hands up. Mm-hmm. And you can see a lot of water cannons happening on Christina and Maria. Can you walk us through? I know you were speaking to Hashim about the training, but can you tell us right now what they're doing regards their training and why they're doing what they're doing? And given what you learned from sort of the safety training as well, mm-hmm. What's happening right now? Actually, you can see, I think that's another boat that's
really the
view
first,
of Paolo, yeah.
That's the first. If you look at Paula, that's the first visuals, really good visuals we've had of the Navy ships, of Israel's Navy ships. I mean, can't
they're all
fully
raising your hands like
that
you were
is one of the
talking,
Navy
Matilda.
ships, but yeah. So they're all raising their hands up, and yeah, they are being approached, or these boats have been approached by military vessels carrying soldiers who are heavily armed. The flotilla, by contrast, is entirely unarmed. It is made up of civilians. And so this training and this signaling with their body language is carefully designed for everyone to present themselves as unthreatening as possible to the
Matilda,
Israeli soldiers. Yeah.
Sorry, Matilda. I believe we are being joined with a guest right now, Alina Trabatoni, who's an Italian journalist at a demonstration in Milan. Alina, can you hear us?
I can, yes, I can. And I'm in the middle of the spontaneous demonstration that has come together in Milan, but also similar to ones that have taken place in 100 square around Italy after news of the flotilla attacks happened.
So this strike,
Alina, talk to us. Oh, go ahead,
This strike, this strike action that we're seeing in Italy, that you're part of that you're in the middle of, this is a direct response to what we're seeing on our screens right now in terms of what is happening to the flotilla.
It is. It absolutely is. As soon as the first news emerged of the flotilla having been stopped once they entered the territorial waters of Israel, people just took to the streets, and it's absolutely packed. It's absolutely packed. People are chanting, they're calling for action to be taken. I mean, Italians have been very vociferous and very very clear about, the protests and their sentiment towards their government in calling for concrete action to be taken. But they had warned, it was pretty much well known that had the flotilla, if the flotilla underwent any form of attack or, if it was stopped, the main unions here were going to call 2-day general strike. And that's taking place. It's place tomorrow and on Friday. And literally it will grind all major business activities to a halt. But also people have taken to the street, and it's midnight here, and Milan, the center of Milan, is absolutely packed. It is a peaceful protest. People are chanting, and lots and lots and lots of Palestinian flags and placards and sign posts and the like, but there is absolutely no violence. But the message is very, very, very clear here. Everyone is saying the violence has to stop. One person I was speaking to earlier said, our government has to take a very strong position against, what he said is genocide. And, in effect, Italy is one of the few major European countries that has yet to recognize Palestine as a state.
Alina,
yes?
Alina, I want to ask you, what is the reaction right now to the actions of the Italian government? I mean, we've seen the other day the Italian Prime Minister come out, Giorgia Meloni, come out and basically say that the flotilla needs to stop their mission immediately. Now we see you. Hi, Alina. What is the reaction that you're either through speaking to protesters, either through the sentiment that you're gathering about the current actions and statements by the Italian government?
There's actually an informal poll that's circulating, and it basically states that 8 out of 10 Italians, 80% of Italians, really want the government to take a firm stand to recognize the Palestinian state. It's not an official poll in that it's not a government poll. It's not one carried out by one of the formal, institutional polling companies. But it is being taken very seriously. Sources tell me that the government has seen it and it has raised alarm because, of course, Italy itself historically has strong ties to Israel. So before it actually, comes across and recognizes Palestine as a sovereign state, it will be putting all that history to risk. And we're talking about, billions of euros of commercial ties, diplomatic ties, very strong diplomatic ties. And of course, also, Italy has a very ingrained guilt still from World War II, because obviously Italy was, an ally of Nazi Germany, and the whole Holocaust was, a dramatic episode, and Italy very much feels guilt for that. And also, Premier Meloni's Fratelli d'Italia party actually is very much aligned with Netanyahu's Likud on an international level in terms of policy. So Italy has fallen short, is falling short of, taking the firm action that many of the other European nations are taking with regards to what's going on in Gaza. But we shall see what happens if Meloni caves into this domestic pressure, because it's very, it's immense. The pressure here is immense, and it won't stop.
And Alina, would you say that there's, you're talking about the government right now, would you say that there's a disconnect between how the people feel towards Gaza, specifically towards this flotilla as well, and between the sentiments coming from the Italian government? Do you feel like there is a disconnect? Because this is the conversation that we've been having with people from the United States, for example, is that the legislators, lawmakers in the government are actually quite disconnected from how people, let's say, in the Democratic Party feel towards Gaza. Is it a similar case in Italy?
It does appear to be that way. It does appear to be that way. To be fair, Italy's foreign minister has been extremely active in trying to negotiate with Gaza, with Israel over Gaza and over the flotilla. The bringing of the humanitarian aid and goods to Gaza on the part of of the flotilla. But you know, they're still falling short of taking the real concrete actions. Italy's defense minister, as well, has urged everyone to try and stay safe. They actually sent a Navy frigate to accompany the flotilla as well. And obviously, they crossed the Mediterranean until they got as far as Israel's territorial waters. And then, obviously, the Navy frigate had to turn around and come back to Italy. And also Tajani, Italy's foreign minister, is very, very active at the moment in past hours, already negotiating the, hopeful release of the Italians, at least, who are arrested and who are detained. I mean, the reports are that they will be held for 2 days and then released to Italy, or he's safeguarding them. As a minister would with his own nationals. Obviously, he can't negotiate on the part of other nationals of other countries. But so the government is very active, but they are falling short of what many people on the street are asking for. And if that poll is correct, there will come a time where the government and Premier Meloni has to decide between an old and very, ingrained relationship in terms of international alliance with Israel, and massively mounting domestic pressure.
And Alina, I know you're quite busy tonight, but let me ask you at least one more question. What is the significance of the announcement by Italy's largest union to call a strike for Friday? What could we see happening in Italy because of that?
Well, it's actually not new, because there was a big national strike just last week, 10 days ago actually, in protest over Gaza, to try and call the government's attention to the need to take concrete action. So it's a bit more of the same, I would say. But the thing is, it is all pressure that's mounting. And I would dare to say that, we can expect this across other European nations as well, because it's a humanitarian crisis. Whatever, however you analyze it, whichever way you cut it, there are people dying, there are people starving, and something needs to be done. At least this is what the people on the street say. And it's so many of them. And they come from all walks of life. This time of night, it's mainly students and mainly people under 30, youngsters, etc., etc. But earlier on in the evening, there were managers from multinationals and people, and media companies and artists and, all people from all walks of life, chefs. So it seems to sort of cut across society, and everyone seems to be gathering together to, try and really push this message and try and push it through in a very clear way. And the unions, in a sense, are symbolic of this. Their action plans are symbolic of this, because it's a very useful instrument in being able to go out and support that action, and be able to convey what the population, I guess, or a large portion of the population wants. Because obviously, if the 80% polling figures are correct, it's a massive majority.
Right. Well, Alina Trapattoni, I want to thank you so much for your time. But before I let you go, any final words that you could say before we sign off?
Well, I can say that, now it's been 3-4 hours, and the protesters are going to sit in all night, and it's starting again tomorrow, and then it'll carry on through Friday. And what I also think is important to know is that these protests were planned, because it was very much expected that the flotilla was going to be attacked. In fact, I spoke to the spokesman of one of the spokespeople of the flotilla 2 days ago. I interviewed her, and she told me we expect we're going to be attacked at night. She didn't say we don't know if we're going to be attacked or not attacked. She said we expect that we'll be attacked at night. And she also said there are plans with the unions, with activists, with people that feel strongly about this issue, to immediately grind everything to a halt nationwide the day after the attack, because to give a message, to convey a message that, basically they say this cannot carry on. There's got to be a stop to this.
Alina Trabatoni, Italy-based journalist, thank you so much for your time. Listen, best of luck with your coverage and stay safe out there. Thanks, Alina.
Actually, something that just interesting, worth mentioning, is that there has been direct coordination between people on board the flotilla and people in Italy who've been coordinating these strikes for days. Just to mention one person on board the family boat was with me, someone called Anthony Picciarelli, and he was really, really fundamental in coordinating the strikes that led up to the moment the Italian government dispatched the naval vessel. And that's something that should be noted about the flotilla, is that the mobilization has been bigger than the mobilization by sea. There's been a lot of coordinated mobilization on land, and what's happening in Italy is one example.
Matilda, I mean, before we were joined by Alina, which was, it's interesting to see that coordination, and you're telling us your story. I'm not sure if the audience still remembers, if you want to go back to that, but just you were telling us why you took much longer than anticipated. So you probably don't remember where you were in the story, but just can you give us context? Can you continue building context that you were building?
Yeah. So there were many problems that beset the flotilla and delayed it, so that the ultimate journey has taken maybe 4 times longer than many of those on board were led to expect. There was weather, and also one of the issues here was the longer it was delayed, the greater the risk of adverse weather has become, just because of the time of year. So right from the first leg of the journey from Barcelona to Tunis, there was a massive storm that immediately made some of the flotilla have to reverse. And then there were boats that arrived in Tunis in no fit state to continue without repairs. But it's not just circumstantial, right? Every time the flotilla docked in ports, the risk of bureaucratic sabotage, bureaucratic warfare became much higher. This was the term that would be used by the flotilla to describe deliberate attempts by governments to hinder the mission through bureaucracy. And the flotilla also firmly believes that Israel is often driving that, ladening pressure on governments like the Tunisian government or the Italian government or the Greek government, who oversee ports where the flotilla is docked, pressuring them to levy bureaucratic ordeals onto the flotilla to make the progression of their mission much harder. So we saw this, for example, in Tunis on the final day where we were finally expecting to set off, and the window for the flotilla to refuel was set at the same time as the window to go through immigration. In other words, it was made impossible for the flotilla to do everything it needed to do in order to depart. This would be a suspected case in the flotilla's eyes of intentional bureaucratic sabotage. It's not very interesting from a media reporting perspective, and so it's potentially quite a good way to attack the flotilla in a way that doesn't visibly look like an attack and that doesn't cause public controversy. That was definitely one factor in the delays.
Okay, thanks, Matilda. I mean, just for the people who are watching us, you're probably seeing occasionally someone just a new head arrives, and it takes us a bit of time to actually get their sound checked up, and that's why you don't hear from them. We do appreciate. I think our Twitter stream now has 470,000 people watching. So thanks for all of you who are kind of tuning in. And so just giving you some idea. I mean, we didn't expect this response when we actually started this evening. So we are we thankful for you tuning in, and we are getting as much voices as we can. Family members of people who are connected to the flotilla, lawyers who are helping out and supporting. You heard from Owen Jones earlier this evening, who is a very prominent commentator and has been very prominent on Gaza, and others. And I just think Claire, our next guest, may be ready. So Claire, are you good? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Hi,
Can you
Claire.
hear me?
Awesome. Matilda, over to you.
Hi, Claire. So we believe that your father is on the flotilla, and you recently lost touch with him. Can you fill us in to the scenario there?
Sure. It's been a crazy night, as you can imagine. We have been watching on the live stream like everybody else and trying to keep in touch with him as much as possible on WhatsApp. And also, I have another friend on board the flotilla on a different boat who's also been trying to keep me up to speed. And at one point, we thought, that's it, they've taken them. We heard that they had been sprayed with water, and we'd lost all contact. And I sent the message around to everyone saying, right, they've got him now. That's it. You know, now we have to message and do all the things we said we were going to do, call the FCDO. But then we saw a video uploaded to Novara Media. And I also got a message directly that was from my dad via the internal WhatsApp group of the, or internal signal group, I think, of the flotilla itself, saying he's still in, he's still sailing, he's still going. And the video is really shocking, actually, and I'm extremely proud of him, how cool he's kept under pressure, because they have sprayed them very forcefully with water cannons. They rammed their boat. You can hear it twice in the video, yet they kept on going. I can see they paid no attention. You can hear that the Israeli forces are asking them to turn off the engine, stop the engine, and yet they've kept on going. So yeah, really a big surprise, because we thought that was it. The mission was over, but they are continuing on to Gaza.
Claire, can you just fill me in as to which boat your father is on?
Yeah, sorry, he's on the All In.
Okay, he's in the
I think
All
I've
In.
got 5 other crew on board. My father's actually the captain. He's 72 years old. He's a very experienced sailor. And I know that he has a lot of experience in crises, emergency situations. He's a military veteran. He was a captain. He's a retired airline pilot, captain of Cathay Pacific. So this is a guy, I'm not like him at all, but he is very good at dealing with crises and emergency situations and keeping a cool, calm head. So I guess that's why they managed to keep on going.
Yeah, and I can imagine how difficult this must be for you, as you said, you know, thinking that at least you know where he's at, but this whole thing is taking a very long time. I just got a message as you were describing, you know, how you thought that they'd been intercepted, but they haven't been intercepted. I just got a message from someone on another boat saying, how the hell is this still going on? So this is a very drawn out procedure, and indeed, we've been led to believe that the devices that the Israeli military are using during this interception, continually approaching and then retreating from boats, for example, are also deliberately designed to wear down people's sort of psychological morale. Can you tell us a little bit about your father? What led to him being on the flotilla in the first place?
Sure. So my dad was never somebody, he's never done anything like this before. He's never been involved in any kind of activist mission at all. He likes to sail for pleasure, for fun. But increasingly watching what's been going on in Palestine, and with how the Israeli occupation and now the genocide, he was getting increasingly frustrated and upset. And when children started starving to death, you know, he really thought that the international community was going to kick in somehow. He believed still that there was some kind of apparatus that would stop and would intervene. And it became increasingly clear to him that that wasn't going to happen, that the international community had totally failed the people of Gaza. And he couldn't sit by any longer and watch children in particular starve to death. So when this mission came up and it actually, you know, called to his skills as an experienced sailor, his skills as a licensed captain, he felt he had no choice but to offer his skills to the GSF. And I know that it has been the honor of his life to serve this mission.
And Claire, just on that note, can I ask you of how you reacted when your father told you that he was going on this particular mission?
Well, I've been an activist for Palestine for about 20 years myself. Never anything quite so direct as this, but in awareness, and especially with activities around children, doing lots of sort of art activities, lots of art and baking and those kind of activities. So when he told me he was doing this, I was so proud. Yes, apprehensive, but I knew that it was something he had to do. So I encouraged him all the way. And we filled out the forms together. and we spoke about it a lot together. So I was really proud of him for joining up. Of course, there's apprehension, and actually sometimes you don't fully grasp what you've got yourself into until nights like this. But at the same time, my mum was the one that reminded me of my dad's training and his skills, because we certainly don't have this kind of cool heads under pressure at all. We're all on edge tonight. But yeah, we had a lovely voice note from him where he just sounded just like, an airline pilot. I thought he was about to give me a weather update, cool and calm and collected. So yeah, I'm hearing his voice and knowing him. He's kind of got this, British military upbringing of, I'm not going to take that shit and I'm going to keep on going. And I can totally see his head being in that space. I'm not like that at all. But that's him.
And have there been periods along this journey, as well as the interception that's occurring right now, that have been particularly difficult for you and your family?
You mean tonight or the mission as a whole?
The mission as a whole. This has been going on for some weeks, and speaking, from having been on board myself on this journey, the risk assessment was very different at different times. And I know for my family, there were moments where the fears felt much, much stronger than at others.
Yeah, I understand. I think the hardest thing has actually been the length of time that he's been away. That he's, gone. He went in sort of the last week of August. He went for training and to get the boats ready. So we haven't seen him now for 6 weeks. And I think that's actually been and a lot of waiting around, wondering what's going to happen. And it's this constant, you build yourself up ready for it to go down, and then, oh no, they're delayed again. So it's this constant trying to live I have 2 children and trying to live a normal life and I have to say the coalition, the Samud Flotilla Coalition, are incredible. They provide us with daily updates and also welfare support, so we can talk to therapists. And it was one of the hardest things for me was to perform in front of my children, to be show that I had no concern, that he's going to be fine, and to get on with my life, and yet always have this. That's been the hardest thing. And so in some ways tonight, we don't know how it's going to unfold for him tonight, but somehow tonight it's a relief, like it's the pressure valve releasing. I feel in some way, and at least I know at some point soon, God willing, we'll have him home.
Let's talk a little bit now then about what comes next. After this interception, Israel has indicated that those on board will be diverted to Ashdod, a port in Israel, and that they will either be detained or they will be held for some period. Sorry, they will either be deported or they will be detained for some period in Ketziot prison in the south of Israel. Have you spoken to your father in advance about this period, and do you know what to expect at all for the days ahead?
Um, I think for us, we were sort of basing it on past experiences of past people who had been kidnapped by the Israelis and taken then into Ashdod, and then been given a choice to sign the deportation forms and then be deported, fairly quickly, and then or to refuse to sign, and then you wait several days before your deportation. So we discussed that, and because my father is 72 and he does have health concerns, I did say to him, like, don't try and be a hero, just really listen to how your body is feeling when you go in and see what you can withstand. And he promised me that he would do that. So I have no idea what's coming next. And also this time, there's obviously been a lot of talk about things unfolding differently. So I am very concerned about that. I have been on the phone with the FCDO tonight, talking to their global response team, and we started a case number. Because at the time when I called them, I thought he'd been taken. I didn't realize that he was still sailing. So they said that they couldn't do anything tonight, but they would look tomorrow morning to see what they could do to process him quickly, to make sure that his needs were being met and that his welfare was being taken care of. I relayed to them all his health concerns, and they seemed to be very on it, and they were taking all the information down. But again, it's disappointing that they can't do anything about anything until tomorrow.
Okay, just a final question. We actually have other people who are coming on, so thank you so much for your time. But just a final question before you go. You mentioned to Matilda earlier on that your dad was away since August, and obviously this flotilla has taken much longer than we anticipated. Can you just walk us through what your mind was like back in August? What did you think? When did you think he'd be coming home? What was it like saying goodbye to him? What has been your family's history of sort of standing up for Palestine, and how did it all come together in that moment when you were kind of saying goodbye to him back in August?
Well, our mindset back then was that he would be home in a couple of weeks. That this would all be he'd be by mid-September, and it would be done. However, it would turn out. So that's taken some adjusting to the fact that we've had to just accept and go along with, and just accept that things are going to take a lot longer, and we totally appreciate why. And I have to say, my father is so impressed by the organization of the Samud Coalition. He is really impressed by everything they've put together. So when we said goodbye, it was more like we were proud of him and hoping that he would, we didn't know what boat he'd be on, we didn't know what role he'd be given, and we were just hoping that it would all slot into place and that he would be happy with the people he was on board with, and he'd be happy with the boat. And with the training. And I have to say, it's exceeded all expectations. I know the people on the boat are going to be his friends for life, that they're like his second family. In fact, I got a message from one of the women on board the boat. I said, that's my dad. And she wrote back to me saying, he's our dad now. And we definitely act like his kids. So I know that he's formed these amazing friendships with people on board. And so that's really what I was thinking about the most, because I can't control anything about this mission. So I was just hoping that at least he would be supported and he'd be happy with the people around him.
Thank you so much, Claire, for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks, Claire.
Hashim, can you give us a quick recap of what's been happening tonight?
Yes, absolutely. Let me actually give you an update that's been reported just a few minutes ago. So, a spokesperson for the Global Samud Flotilla has actually spoken to Al Jazeera, and this is what they've said. They said that the participants in the flotilla will not be signing any papers that are presented to them by the Israeli officials, by the Israeli authorities. There are activists that have been detained from the flotilla, which was intercepted in international waters. And they're continuing to say, according to this interview that they gave, or the statement, that they will attempt to still reach Gaza, or their attempts to reach Gaza will continue until the Israeli blockade on the besieged enclave is lifted. And so far, we've had, before our next guest comes on, we've had two guests. We've had Alina, who is an Italy-based journalist, and we've spoken to her about the protests happening in different Italian cities at the moment. And we just had Claire, whose father is actually on the flotilla as we speak.
I can also give an update quickly on the numbers.
Go ahead.
9 boats have been intercepted out of 43, and we also have numbers of the passengers on board. That is 178 people who are now in Israeli custody. 178 people out of a total of just about 500. So there's still some way to go.
And do we have a guest coming on?
I believe that we are about to be joined by Jo Bluin, who is a legal expert, and she was herself a passenger part of the way of the flotilla on Shireen, which is a legal observer boat. Let's see if she joins us. I can tell you a little bit about Shireen. Oh, is that Jo?
There she is. That's Jo. She's joined us. Jo, welcome.
Hello, Jo. Haven't got your sound coming through.
How's that? Is that better?
There she is. Yes.
Hi, Jo.
Hi. Thank you so much for having me, and greetings to all the brave souls at home in deep solidarity from Johannesburg.
You're in Johannesburg now. Now, Jo, the last time I saw you, that was in Tunis when we were both about to board the flotilla. You were traveling on Shireen, is that correct?
So I ended up actually, in fact, not traveling on the Shireen after the drone attacks in Tunis. And some visa complications after the Shireen opted to dock in Cyprus as opposed to Egypt. I stayed on to do some investigations of the drone attacks in Tunis and look at them from an international legal and socio-political perspective. So I was in Tunis for quite an extended period doing some investigation and examination, and now have been doing legal analysis and documentation from between Tunis and Johannesburg.
Can you just tell us about what the purpose of Shireen was? This was a legal observer boat, and there were two of these independent legal observer boats that accompanied the flotilla. Why were these ships there?
So I think it's a few things. I think number one was really to, and let me preface this by saying that I am part of several international law units now. One of which is attached to the Shireen. So my comments are not necessarily reflective of the views of the Shireen exclusively, although we share much in common, our team there. So the purpose of the Shireen was really to bear witness and to, like many units, to provide an archive. And we have a very sophisticated encrypted archive where we have been able to keep records of any violations of international law. And we continue to do this. As you can imagine, tonight has been quite a night. But with a view to ensuring that there is accountability, ensuring that in the event, which has become very apparent that the event is here, that further action needs to be taken, including at the International Criminal Court or other international tribunals, that this will be taken, and that there is a solid archive both detailing the facts of the events and juxtaposing them with relevant treaty case law and customary international law, including humanitarian law, international criminal law, Rome Statute, law of the sea, Geneva Conventions, etc. So the purpose really is to I think especially at the time when it was conceptualized, there was this absurd, brutal Hasbara propaganda line that sought to suggest that the flotilla was illegal. When we know that the blockade is illegal, and the blockade is illegal on any number of grounds, which I'm happy to go into. And so part of this was also just to constantly be establishing the various grounds through which this is not only legal, but certainly, if in my opinion, a duty that falls under the Genocide Convention, that falls under the responsibility to protect, and that is a duty to a besieged population that has been under colonial domination since 1917 and in living and dying under the Nakba since the 1940s, as it has never ended.
And Joe, since you said you were in Johannesburg, before I pass you on to our South African colleague Ashfaq here, I do have a question that I'd like to ask you, and it's more of a bigger picture kind of question. But what does a moment like this mean to you? How are you processing a moment like this?
Well, it's an interesting question that you ask. I think, how am I processing this moment? So, as you will know, my dear comrade, Chief Mandla Mandela, has been kidnapped and abducted. And I think it's a profound moment. His grandfather was considered a terrorist until, I believe, 2007 by the United States. Itamar Ben-Gvir has referred to the flotilla participants and crews as terrorists. I think it is interesting that we live in the very, very, very palpable life force of apartheid, that we live in a white supremacist, racist, Islamophobic regime where one can use the term terrorist, as Itamar Ben-Gvir did, where responsibility clearly lies, in one instance at least. And you can carry out untold violence on anyone you call a terrorist, and that includes neonatal units of hospitals, as we've seen, or journalists, as we've seen. I think that's one aspect. Another aspect is a reminder. I had a conversation on the Global Samud Flotilla Instagram Live this week with activist Sukiswa Vana, and former Minister of International Relations and Cooperation and head of the Mandela Foundation, Dr. Naledi Pandor. And one of the things that she reminded us is that all empires end eventually, and apartheid ended in South Africa, and apartheid will end in Palestine, and settler colonialism will end in Palestine. And at the end, it gets so violent. So, so much intense violence in its death throes. And I'm thinking about that a lot. And I guess there's another thing, that I've been thinking about in terms of these
Please.
detentions now, if I may, that so I think what was I think to kind of think about what this has shown those of us who are not Palestinian or not in Palestine, about the gross, brutal, barbaric mechanics through which Israel carries out its regime of fascism. And it is Yom Kippur tonight, and I am Jewish. So it has been a time for reflection. I'm going to read this to you that I wrote just in advance of this, if I may. I am thinking on this evening, at the time of interception, that Israel has killed 65 people in Gaza since this morning. It has attacked Al-Falah's school, sheltering hundreds of displaced people in Zaytun neighborhood of Gaza. I'm thinking about the connected genocides that sustain this. And I'm thinking about what it means to put a person in prison for trying to deliver life-saving aid to a population that you are besieging while you are fasting today. And I'm thinking about how Palestinian prisoners are treated. I'm thinking about this new law that is being put through Knesset that allows for the execution of prisoners. I'm thinking about how Palestinian prisoners' bodies are kept to serve their sentence in jails. And I'm thinking about what this moment of tremendous international solidarity of this flotilla and of ordinary humans like the people in this YouTube room that have chosen to bear witness, that have chosen to be part of a global movement, what this means in the face of global connected fascisms and Zionism, and what we can do to stop it.
Joe, thanks. That was very powerful. Everything you said. I'm also a South African, and so I grew up when Mandela's grandfather was literally freeing South Africa, and so it resonates very, very, very strongly. You've spoken already. I mean, you started this conversation by saying you had to leave because of visa problems. Itamar Ben-Gvir and Smotrich have said that they will treat the 178 detained, and I guess the other activists, the other 122 activists who are on board, when they are detained, they'll treat them like terrorists. As a South African, I'm sure you and Mandla and the South African contingent that's presently on board, along with a bunch of other nationalities that aren't, that don't belong to European and Western nations, their concerns around that threat, I guess, is a lot more grave. And obviously, you are sort of the legal expert among the South Africans. I'm sure the team does have very, very real concerns that they specifically, as members of less privileged nations, may come under violence, may be detained for much longer, may be detained as terrorists. How are you feeling about that? What preparations are in place, and also what was the sentiments of the South African colleagues who knew this and still went ahead with the journey?
Let me say something in the immense spirit of Sumud, of the South African delegation, is remarkable. I'm sure it goes across nationalities. And so, of course, there was an awareness of that. But that was more for me as the resident white Jewish auntie, and a spirit of tenacity and Sumud that would let nothing get in the way. I will share with you my concerns. Number one is that we live in an anti-Black world, where specifically Black people are treated in gross, barbaric ways in the afterlives of the penal colony. We know that the prison architecture comes from enslavement, from colonization. We live in a white supremacist and Islamophobic world where we know that Muslim or racialized as Muslim or visibly Muslim people are treated in a barbaric way. So I think there are genuine concerns. I think adding to this concern is the fact that South Africa has been steadfast in its commitment to the Palestinian cause. And while we haven't yet had sanctions legislation, for example, but from the ICJ case to consistent work around the Hague Group and other spaces, what we have seen is that has had the effect in many consequences of drawing the ire of the Zionist entity and its allies. So on the terrorism, so I think let us be very clear, terrorism has very little legal weight as a concept or political weight. And I think I'd like to reframe something quite emphatically. A drone attack on a vessel is a terrorist attack. Resisting state terror can be a terrorist attack depending on one's race, depending on one's political inclination. And I think many of your viewers will know this. I think it's worth repeating that when the Zionist entity refers to someone as a terrorist, it has zero weight, it has zero meaning, but it has immense material consequences. So I think on that, one of the ways, and I think that the Hind Rajab Foundation's very important communication to the ICC regarding what I have referred to as the Nakba in the newsroom, or the media massacre of journalists specifically, the first thing they did was call them terrorists. And once you've called someone a terrorist, you can justify any action. And that is the logic of the so-called global war on terror. And as a final point, let me say, as a international law supporter, if standing against genocide, if standing against settler colonialism, if standing against fragmentation, domination, expropriation, exploitation, mass death making is what's going to make one a terrorist, then let me say I'm a very proud terrorist.
Wow. Jo, powerful words. Thank you so much for joining us here on Middle East Eye and filling us in with what you can. We really appreciate that. I think we should just recap for anyone who's joined the stream.
Thank you, Jo.
Thank you so
Jo.
much. Thanks to everyone at home. Thank you.
Thanks, Jo.
So the latest that we've heard as the global Summit flotilla experiences interception by Israel is that I would say at least 9 of the 43 boats have been fully intercepted. That's 178 passengers in Israeli custody. But the boats that have not been intercepted are progressing towards Gaza. The sailing vessel Wahoo is currently at the front and approaching at a speed of about 4.3 knots. I would say at least 9 vessels have been intercepted because it's been quite a long time since we've had an official confirmation of that update. And I think the likelihood is that we've seen more boats, but we will bring you that update as soon as we have confirmation of the numbers.
And I think we are just joined by a new guest, Professor Donald Rothwell. Good to see you.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. Let me just introduce you properly, sir. So Professor Donald Rothwell is one of Australia's leading experts in international law, with a specific focus on the law of the sea and the use of force and implementation of international law within Australia. Welcome again to the show, sir.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Professor Rothwell, let me start off by asking you about what we're seeing right now, but again, in a broader sense. So, if we can kind of comment on the legality or illegality, I should say, of Israel intercepting these boats in international waters.
Yeah, thank you. So, perhaps the first point is to define what international borders are, and effectively, that's any part of the Mediterranean which is 12 nautical miles offshore the Gazan coast. And of course, in that vicinity, we also have part of the Israeli coastline and also the Egyptian coastline. But all of the reports conclusively indicate that this interception, or the series of interceptions which remain ongoing, are taking place well beyond that 12 nautical mile area. And so we commonly call that as international waters, or people like me, as a law of the sea person, refers to it as the high seas. And the critical point of distinction there is that within that body of water, the freedom of navigation is recognised. So all of these vessels that make up the flotilla are able to freely navigate through that part of the Mediterranean. And likewise, Israel has no ability to interdict and board and to arrest and detain the persons on those vessels exercising that freedom of navigation.
And speaking of the laws of the high seas, I guess, who implements the laws of the high seas, if you will, or who, I guess, implements international law when it comes to the high seas?
Well, the basic legal framework that exists with respect to the Mediterranean and the high seas is what's called the 1982 UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. Now, Israel is not a party to that convention, but that convention is reflected in what we call customary international law. So this ultimately comes down to a question between Israel undertaking these interdictions in international waters and the countries who have actually registered the vessels that make up the flotilla, and whether or not those countries will seek to challenge the legality of Israel's conduct. And in normal circumstances, any interdiction of, say, a merchant ship in the middle of the Mediterranean without any legal justification would raise significant issues in shipping circles and for the flag state of the country whose vessel was just interdicted. What's perhaps unusual about these previous flotilla interdictions, especially the ones that have occurred earlier this year, is that the flag states, the states of registration of those flotilla vessels, have been relatively quiet about Israel's conduct. We'll have to wait and see what follows, though, following this current incident.
I hope you don't mind if I step in. I think you just pointed out that all of the vessels are registered to various countries. With this global summer flotilla, there's 4 ships carrying a British flag, there's 11 with a Polish flag, 4 with an Italian flag, 4 with a Spanish flag. Am I right in understanding that under maritime law, these countries have some responsibility towards the safety of those vessels at sea?
Yes, that's certainly true. And of course, the countries whose citizens are on those vessels also have some obligations to ensure that the safety and protection of those persons. But ultimately, it comes back to whether or not those Italian, British, Polish, and other governments whose vessels are registered and flying those flags that make up the flotilla, whether or not they go to the step of actually commencing diplomatic proceedings, lodging diplomatic protests against Israel, that there may well be some opportunity for legal proceedings to be commenced, but we'll have to wait and see.
Is there a precedent for legal proceedings like that? This is, of course, not the first time that there has been a flotilla intercepted by Israel in international waters. Indeed, back in 2010, there was a fatal incident where the Israeli military intercepted the Mavi Marmara ship and 10 people on board were killed. Is that something you're aware of? Are you able to talk us through if there's any sort of precedent for legal accountability for interceptions of this kind?
Yes, well, you've just mentioned the Mavi Marmara incident from 2010, which was an incident of incredible violence, resulting in the loss of life of persons on board that particular vessel. It sparked two United Nations inquiries. It sparked legal proceedings generated out of Turkey because the Mavi Marmara was flying a Turkish flag. So that gives you an example of the way in which those proceedings can escalate, acknowledging, of course, that there was significant loss of life in that particular incident. Thankfully, there's been no equivalent reports to date emerging from the current incident. But it ultimately depends upon the flag state and whether or not the flag state is prepared to take legal proceedings on behalf of the craft and the crew who've been subject to these interdictions.
Yeah, and of course, what we've seen varying degrees of interest in engaging with legal accountability for Israel. Spain has been one of the most outspoken critics, But the UK, for example, has been very, very quiet on the front of whether they will offer any diplomatic protection to their citizens on board the flotilla. Now, while we have you and we're looking at the legality of this in international law, Israel's argument is that their naval blockade of Gaza is legal, and that the flotilla is the one breaching international law. Can you just lay out for us the legality of the global Samud flotilla as it proceeds through international waters to the coast of Gaza?
Well, indeed, Israel has had in place blockades of various forms in and around the Gazan coast offshore in the Mediterranean for a number of decades. And indeed, that was part of the legal basis upon which Israel sought to justify the interception of the Mavi Marmara in 2010. I think the critical point of distinction is that, first of all, Israel incontrovertibly is an occupying power at the moment in Gaza. That's not really contested under international law, and indeed under international law, Israel, I should say, can legitimately control activities in the territorial sea just offshore Gaza. But it certainly can't impose a naval blockade because there is an exception with respect to a belligerent state, in this case Israel, imposing a naval blockade when the use of starvation is being used as a means or methods of warfare, and where the whole purpose of this flotilla was designed to provide humanitarian aid and assistance to the civilians in Gaza. So that's an acceptable exception that exists and is recognised under international law. Of course, we've seen Israel try to neuter that type of argument by making connections between the flotilla and Hamas, trying to suggest that even if the flotilla might have been carrying aid, they were actually acting in concert and support with Hamas. So they've really tried to muddy the waters on that ground. But the core point is that the ability of Israel to interdict and intercept these vessels in these international waters of the Mediterranean cannot be justified under the current blockade arrangements that Israel has in place.
And Professor Rothwell, since we're talking about the Mavi Marmara, I wanted to ask you if there has been, when it comes to international law, has there been actual repercussions that have faced Israel? I mean, the only thing I can think of at the moment is that the bilateral relations between Turkey and Israel have been damaged for quite a few years because of that incident. But other than that, has Israel faced any repercussions?
No, look, I think you're right in that assessment that yes, relations between Turkey and Israel were quite significantly damaged as a result of that incident, which was a very severe incident. It to a degree certainly put the world on notice as to the lengths to which Israel would possibly go in terms of intercepting these flotillas. But ultimately, at the end of the day, there were debates and discussions within the United Nations. 2 UN reports were prepared. But no significant legal ramifications or consequences for Israel arising from those events. I think we should say, though, that perhaps as a basis and as a result of the very, very fierce international backlash and response to that incident in 2010, the flotilla incidents that have occurred throughout 2025 have been neutralised, if that's the appropriate word, in a much gentler way, without any clear evidence of acts of violence being perpetrated by the Israeli Defence Force, other than, of course, the act of boarding the vessels. So there's been no reports of significant injuries and, of course, no reports of deaths. So it may well be that we could say that one saving grace from the events of 2010 is that Israel has learned its lessons and has taken into account the severe international backlash that it got as a result of those events back then.
So, based on that, what would be, I guess, moving forward, what would be your prescription? Let's say, what do you think needs to happen next?
Well, what happens next is that it's clear that from your reports that the IDF is continuing the interception of the flotilla, and we need to acknowledge that this is the first time we've had such a large number of vessels approaching the Gazan coast. So it will take a number of hours for the IDF to be able to successfully complete this operation. And I guess there is some possibility that one or two of the flotilla vessels might slip through the IDF net, so to speak, and actually get quite close to the Gazan coast. So the events are really unfolding at the moment. But based on past practice, we can expect that those persons who've been detained on board these vessels, they'll be taken to Israel, they'll be processed, charged, and ultimately deported. And that's what we saw with respect to the most recent of these incidents with the Madeleine back in June.
Professor Donald Rothwell, thank you so much for joining us and for sharing your insights about the state here with maritime law.
You're welcome. Pleasure to speak to you.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
We've just been seeing, as Professor Donald was speaking, Matilda, you can speak to this again. I think it's on board. I can't see the name of the boats, but again, there's these passengers. There's a passenger very close by. You may know her, Matilda. You may not know her because I don't think you know every single sort of activist who was part of the flotilla. But her hands are almost in prayer. Her hands have been like that, I think, for the entirety that he's been speaking. Is this, I mean, according to the training that you received, Matilda, is this what they're going to be doing for the next 10 hours as they are captured or abducted by the IDF?
Yeah, whenever they are in sight of the Israeli naval vessels, they have to be very, very careful to demonstrate that they are unarmed. For example, in historic missions, anyone even holding a camera has been treated by the same naval units that are involved in this operation as holding a weapon, and they have been shot and killed on those grounds. This was the Mavi Marmara in 2010 that we were just talking about with Professor Rothwell. And so any cameras, tripods, anything like that could bring harm to not just the person holding it, but everyone around them. And so as soon as they are in sight of the vessels, the naval vessels, then their training is to clearly show themselves to be peaceful. The general stance that would be taken would be hands out front and open. However, some people may see that as a sign of surrender, and they may not want to demonstrate surrender. And so there are alternative poses that they can take to demonstrate non-violent resistance. Rather than having their hands up, could be their hands down, or potentially that is what we're seeing with the passenger here on G03. The Israeli military is in view with that ship, so they are doing what they can to signal non-violence. Yeah.
Just before we get our next, we're waiting for our next guest to join, and when they join, Matilda will introduce her or him. I'm not sure who the next guest is, but just again, this reminds me. I mean, we've seen obviously, Matilda, this just training is there so that there's no escalation by the Israeli troops. No one is shot. No harm is done. And again, I'm reminded of the scenes that I'm sure all the 470,000 people watching the stream have probably seen in the last 2 years, where Palestinians have put their hands up. We've seen Israeli hostages put white flags up and get shot by their own Israeli army. And it's so difficult to actually comprehend the kind of violence that I think we've all been seeing over this last 2 years and what it means. And again, that's just one more reflection that again, there's similarities between what the conduct of the IDF tonight and the way it's conducted itself in the last 2 years, which is gross disregard for international law, seizing people, the fact that they're breaking a siege. But again, there's a double standard, unexpectedly. I mean, not surprisingly, between how they conduct tonight and their conduct that we've seen, that they've themselves recorded for the last 24 months.
And it's worth asking why that is, because there's various explanation. There is, of course, the explanation. Ashfaq,
I think no one says it more than Yoav Gallant and Itamar Ben-Gvir and Benjamin Netanyahu, because they see the animal, they see Palestinians as animals, they see them as human animals. That's been clear, and I think when we had Jo Blunt, I think her name was, a South African, and she spoke very eloquently and very powerfully as someone who lived in a country where there was apartheid, of just what that does to people and how they're seen by this. And I'm a South African. I can tell you this much. South Africans experienced extreme violence. I'm a young South African, so I was very young when apartheid was dismantled. And I'm a brown South African, so I did not experience the crass violence that black South Africans experienced for many, many years. But the South African white apartheid regime, never genocided in totality. What they did vast acts of violence. Many people were killed over 300 years of occupation. But the kind of violence we've seen in the last 24 months, where there's a besieged stripped, where the population is subject to F-16, F-15 bombardment. They've sent in tanks to go and bomb. We saw, between month like 4 and month 12 of this genocide, most Israeli troops ran around Gaza. This is after 4 months of massive bombardment. The kind of bombardment we saw was, for 1 week in Gaza, the Israelis would drop the same amount of bombs as the Americans dropped in Afghanistan for 1 year. And Afghanistan is much bigger than Gaza. So after they decimated everything, then Israeli troops went in. And what they did is they booby-trapped buildings. And we saw that. And we'd see these images of entire city blocks coming down. City blocks which are already damaged. I remember, maybe our viewers can think of it as well. I can clearly see the image. I think it was the Islamic University of Gaza being decimated and being destroyed. And then after that, after they reached the ceasefire, they broke the ceasefire, and then they literally starved Gaza for 3 months. And then what they did is they created this thing called the GHF, which only had 4 distribution points. There was still some food getting into Gaza City, in fairness. But for the people who didn't have access to that food, which was very expensive and very difficult to get, they had just 4 distribution points for a population of, close to probably 1.6 million people who need the aid at the time. These numbers we don't know, we can't verify because we don't actually know. We know we do go as Middle East Eye, we go with the Gaza Health Ministry as 65,000 people have been killed, but we don't actually know how many people have really been killed or how many people are available or actually alive, because a lot of people from the Gaza Strip have also left. So, they were providing aid for those people. And we all have seen the images, and that's when you also started seeing many governments speaking out suddenly as if though they got a conscience. You saw people being shot as they were lining up for food. And that still happens. People think that's over because right now there's a proposal, a Trump proposal on the table. But I've seen footage from today. and we see it every day in Middle East Eye. We see footage all the time of people getting shot. So I guess we have our next guest who is available, and they're going to be joining us.
Before we let our next guest in, I think Matilda deserves a break. I think Matilda can take some rest because she's been on for quite a few hours now, probably 6-7 hours. So Matilda, please take a break, and we'll see you when you get back.
And just before she goes, she's on for 6 hours, but she was on the flotilla for 3 weeks before this.
That is true. That is very
and
true.
she got home and she got to rest for about 18 hours, and then she's back on it. So Matilda, you need a very, very, and I believe you're going to be back in about an hour. So really do what you can in the next hour.
Soon. I just want to make some calls, see who I can check in with on the boats, and see how everybody's doing.
Stellar effort, Matilda. Stellar effort.
Thank you both.
Thank you, Matilda.
Okay, so I believe we are
Faris Amir, who is the campaign spokesman for One World, One Body. That's the global youth movement in support of the global Samud Flotilla. Faris Amir, you've been seeing this footage. I'm not sure if you've been following what Middle East Eye have been doing in the last 6 hours, but you've been seeing the footage tonight of the Samud Flotilla boats slowly and eventually and gradually being captured by Israeli troops. What's been going through your mind?
Well, first, thanks for having me on, and I must commend the work that Middle East Eye has been doing, especially Matilda being on board the flotilla for so long, and all the great work and all the great coverage you guys have done. Now, in terms of my personal thoughts, seeing what's happening to the Samud flotilla as we speak, being essentially hunted down in an act of piracy one by one by a belligerent genocidal force. Being rammed in certain instances, being attacked with water cannons, having activists' lives be put in danger, in harm's way. This is really quite disheartening, but this is not something we weren't expecting from the genocidal Israeli occupation forces. This is something that we are very used to. We've seen this in 4K over the last 2 years. We've seen them attack international aid workers in Gaza. It's not just limited to Palestinians, even though Palestinians have obviously been feeling the brunt of their genocidal activity. We've seen this over the last 77 years with the way they've been treating Palestinians ever since the Nakba, the beginning of the Nakba rather, in 1948. So really and truly, this is nothing new from the Israeli occupation forces.
Faris,
However, the
Faris,
kind
sorry,
of
I don't mean to cut you off. I just want to make sure that you know, as well as our viewers know, that the sounds we're hearing right now are actually coming straight from the feed on the flotilla. So whenever we hear an audio, that is coming directly from the feed. But go ahead, Faris.
Thank you. And I mean, in terms of the feed from the flotilla, we've seen that even though that activists are witnessing their fellow activists on board other ships being intercepted, being abducted in international waters, an act of piracy by the Israeli occupation forces, we see that they are not deterred at all. We've heard from the activists who are able to communicate with us through the live stream that they are still making their way to Gaza, their hearts full of inspiration and motivation, and they are not afraid of the consequences, and they are determined to get the aid in. And this is why it's so important that we, across the world, those of us who are able to move and to support from behind, do everything that we can. So we have seen people across the globe march on their city centers. We've seen it in Italy. We've seen it across Europe. These are the kinds of initiatives that we need to make sure we raise our voices as loud as possible, that our representatives take heed of what's going on, that they understand that we, the people across the world, people of conscience across the world, will not stand for this. We will not allow for the Samud flotilla to fail, as the Samud flotilla is humanity's response to Israel's onslaught in Gaza.
Just you give us a sense of what One World One, I think that's the name of the organization, have been doing. How were you formed? What the thinking was behind your formation? My guess is you're a new organization that's been created directly because of the flotilla movements. What exactly are your objectives? Just give us some background to your organization and what you guys have been working on, and how you've been in contact with the flotilla and the steering committee of the flotilla over the period of them organizing this, and obviously as they've been carrying out their journey. Before you continue, you can see, I mean, a bunch of things are happening.
Yeah, on the
just
feed
hold
here.
on. We'll get to it on our feed. People are now got their hands above their heads. There looks to be some sort of in the bottom feed on the Estrella.
Estrella.
You can just see again people. I think that's the deck of the boats, and some of them are lying down, and some are. So I mean, it's probably quite a harrowing experience. And again, it reminds me of that image that everyone else has seen. Of this was probably the second month of the war of the genocide in Gaza, where there's about 200 Palestinian men without shirts in the back of a truck with their hands aboard, and I think it just speaks to also what our guest has been saying. So yeah, just come in. So sorry, I just wanted to give context to that.
Just on the images that we're seeing right now, what's really scary about what's going on is that while previous missions have been undermined by the Israelis, they attempted to ridicule them, calling them selfie boats, etc. With this particular mission, they have attempted to label these boats as a Hamas operation. And this is what makes it really scary. This is why it's so important that people do not look away, and people keep raising their voices and do everything they can to share on social media and to contact their representatives directly to make sure everyone that they know is talking about the flotilla. In terms of our campaign, so our campaign is called One World, One Body. And it's actually not the first time that we as a group of youth organizers come together. We actually came together in December of 2023, where we organized the Countdown to Ceasefire campaign. And this is a campaign in which on the New Year's Eve, we called for people across the world to join us in counting down to a ceasefire. We had people of conscience from over 88 cities across the globe join us. And so our mission at that point, was to get a ceasefire done. Unfortunately, the Israeli occupation forces continued to commit genocide against the people of Gaza. And we saw, as a group of activists, that the Samud flotilla really was one of our best hopes in not only getting necessary aid into Gaza, but also raising the alarm bells around the world. We believe that the global Samud flotilla is humanity's response to what's going on in Gaza. Humanity itself cannot stand for what's going on, and we saw in earlier this year, in the month of May, the Conscience was stopped and attacked by Israel. We saw in June that the Madeleine was stopped by Israel. In July, the Handala was stopped. But today, we will do everything in our power to make sure that the Samud flotilla is not stopped.
Just also, I mean, obviously you've been in contact with the steering committee of the Samud flotilla for a while, and we obviously have viewers who are popping in and popping out. Some will know a lot more about what's going on than others. But give us a sense, just from your own understanding, and of course, of Greta Thunberg has been, I think she's been on the Madeleine and on the Handala. I'm not sure if she was on the Madeleine. That I may be mistaken on that, but she's definitely been on the Handala. She was also on the Madeleine. I'm pretty sure you'd know anyway. And now she's on this one. But just give us a sense of how does this flotilla get organized? Is it? I mean, there must be some organizing body. Is it just a bunch of, did it come about organically? Was it a bunch of people getting on board and then consisting? I think people who've been seeing the flotilla, I think our coverage and activities of the flotilla, the prominent names would be Greta Thunberg. There's Yasmin, who's a French French politician and representative who's out there. There's the Brazilian guy whose name I know very well, but it just seems to escape me right now. Tiago, right? And there's a bunch of. Give us a sense of who the steering committee is, how they've assembled, and the work they've kind of done.
So Greta was on the Madeleine. I don't think she was not on the Handala.
Okay.
And she was on the steering committee. I'm afraid I must apologize. I'm not too familiar with
That's fine.
the ins and outs of what's going on with the Global Samud Flotilla Steering Committee. However, we can be sure that the Global Samud Flotilla is a grassroots activist-led initiative, and we see this with the sheer number of nationalities present in the steering committee and among the activists who have joined, the brave activists who have joined the crews aboard the Samud flotilla. And what has become what is so heartening to see at this stage is that it's not only the Global Samud flotilla, but also other initiatives have launched missions to make their way to Gaza as we speak. So we also have the 1,000 Madeleines and the Freedom Flotilla Coalition making their way to Gaza. I think they're currently off the coast of Greece, I think near Crete, and they're making their way as well. So even if Israel manages to intercept every single vessel from the Samud flotilla, this is far from over. This is so far from over because it's so clear that people are ready to take this into their own hands and get to Gaza with the aid that they need. And we need to remind the viewers that this is a humanitarian mission. These are ships, these are boats carrying peaceful civilian activists with nothing more than food and aid, right? This is baby formula, etc. This is essentially, as I said before, humanity's response, and it's far from over.
Faris, that's something I'd like to ask you about. Also, our colleague Khalid just came in. Faris, you were talking earlier about about the people who are staying behind, basically, and what they can do to support the flotilla. So let me ask you about that. What is it that can be done to support it?
There are so many things to be done at the moment. I mean, the easiest thing is to essentially to get viewership of live streams such as this, such as the Global Samud Flotilla live stream, up to like and share everything on social media. We are working against the algorithm. However, we still get through. So liking, sharing posts, etc., making posts, videos, using the hashtags available. That's all things that can be done online. Other than that, there are tools that can be used to speak to representatives, to send emails, flood their inboxes. They can only ignore you for so long. You can also use the tracker to see exactly what's going on, share that, make sure everyone you know is speaking about the flotilla. But also, like we're seeing in the streets of various European capitals today, marching and raising your voices in the streets of your capitals, that's also an option, and that's also very effective. Tomorrow in London, there will be also a protest in Parliament Square. So we're seeing people take all sorts of initiatives, in order to raise the alarm bells about the importance of the Samud flotilla making its way to Gaza safely.
Faris, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to be joined shortly by, hopefully for our viewers, hopefully be joined by Huwaida, who is on one of the ships. We're just trying to actually establish contact with Huwaida. Obviously, that's quite difficult, as you can imagine. Yes.
There is an interception right now, and we can hear the Israeli vessel talking to.
Let's go. Let's go to the stream.
So apparently the vessel were instructing them, and then they responded by Free Palestine and other chants.
Khalid, do you know what boat this is happening on? It looks like it's on the All In, right?
Yeah, it's one of the boats. I'm trying just to.
Yeah, it looks like it's All In because the gentleman who was basically chanting Free Palestine, you can see him. Yeah, All In.
And as you can see,
it
the
looks like a
participants
vessel
are
is now
complying with the procedure.
We gotta take down the mothership.
That's an Israeli boat in view there. We can see it.
It seems to be there's two boats close to each other.
And we can clearly hear the activists on board chanting Free Palestine.
So basically, both boats are close to each other and they're chanting to each other.
Well, I just wanted to double check that that is not an Israeli military boat, correct?
The spotlight in front of the right to the left side is the Israeli vessel, and as you can see, the rest of the screen are the participants' boats.
Yeah. So it says IDF in view, which is an Israeli military boat.
They meant the view from which boat?
We're having a hard time getting around this enormous barge like that shoots water cannons.
We've lost the images coming in from All In, but I think we're still getting the sound from All In. Obviously, that may be a difficult thing to do because of connectivity, as you can imagine. But Khalid, maybe we could just drop the sound a bit so we can speak to you, because you were also part of the flotilla.
Yes.
And then you can just maybe get the sound volumes a bit lower, and we can keep it going so we can still see if something occurs. Khalid, you joined the flotilla in Barcelona, and then for security reasons, you joined as one of the Middle East Eye reporters, and you were on the family boat at the time with Greta Thunberg and the lead committee, and then in Tunisia, the legal team and our legal team at Middle East Eye, we thought about it, and based on your citizenship and based on a bunch of things for security reasons, you weren't called on, but you were there in Tunisia when the drone strikes hit. Can you walk us through what happened there?
I would say, like, let's start from the very beginning, from Barcelona and the preparation, because it was kind of a very exceptional experience. Um, I would expect that as a deployed journalist will just have like kind of a campaign just to cover, and you know, and it will be a very normal movements that you will cover for such an event. But I was surprised by the amount of participants, the size of the event itself. That even the organizers were kind of in shock. But as I remember, back then in Barcelona, they were receiving kind of over 40,000 application to volunteer in the flotilla. The first idea, from what I understand from the organizers, were to plan for only 10 boats. So getting that kind of amount of applications were kind of surprising. And people were all determined. Like you are talking about people from global south, from US, Australia, New Zealand, everywhere, joining the flotilla, taking part of the training that it's mandatory for everyone to be part of. And with all the atmosphere in Barcelona as well, because people were very engaged with the calls for the flotilla. You are talking about hundreds and thousands of people in Barcelona streets, participating and protesting every day, every single day, fundraising for the flotilla and for Gaza, and a lot of events that I couldn't even catch up with during the preparation. Then the launch itself was kind of very emotional and very touching for everyone who watched it, because thousands of people were all over the port in Barcelona. You couldn't even see any kind of like similar scenes in any other, let's say, Arab countries. So the idea itself, and it's the whole experience from the very beginning, from the preparation until arriving to Tunis, it was just kind of a very exceptional experience. And the people who are part of this flotilla, you will speak to them, and you will ask them a lot of questions, and you will find him like just turning and look at you, and they will say, well, people lost their faith on the system, and we are the people, we are the authority, we are taking back our authority, and if our politicians can act and can't stop genocide in Gaza, we will act and we will stop it. So this kind of determine, and this kind of spirit that you witness from every single participant you are talking with makes you like in a way that you are kind of a very turning point, I guess, for especially people in West, and the level of the awareness of Middle East conflicts. Because if we speak with someone a couple of years ago about any topics in Middle East, they will just like respond to you and will say, okay, it's a kind of a political conflict, and that's it. And exactly was the same with Palestine and everything else. Now people are more aware of what's happening, more engaged, and bear in mind the technology, and in the open source century and digital media, and the sacrifice by all our colleagues in Gaza, and their reports that has been circulating 24/7 since the first day of the war, to just reflect what exactly happening on the ground. This like had a very significant influence on a lot of people, especially younger generation that I've spoken with. I've spoken to someone who one of the youngest participants, and he was just inspired by Anas Sharif, his coverage. He was on the same age, and he couldn't understand how someone like him at the same age could even manage to do what he have done so far and sacrifice his life. I guess flotilla, smooth flotilla, and all the events during the whole thing is very exceptional, and it's gonna be a turning point for sure.
Thanks, Khaled. Faris, I want to throw back to you before we let you go. But if there's anybody listening to, since we're all in the UK right now, what is your message to people in the UK that are watching this?
Our message to people in the UK who are watching is don't let this opportunity slip by. The Global Samud Flotilla is a necessary initiative in order for humanity to regain its soul, for us to come back from the brink. We've witnessed a 4K live stream genocide over the last 2 years, a mass starvation campaign led by Israel, supported by America and European nations. And it's clear that a large push from the grassroots, from people of conscience across the world, needs to happen in order for us to move the needle. Our message is that this is only the beginning. We must do what we can. Everyone can play their part, and this is only the first wave. The 1,000 Madeleines is making their way to Gaza. The Freedom Flotilla Coalition is also making their way to Gaza, and wave after wave, these flotilla missions, these humanitarian missions, will continue to make their way to Gaza until the siege is broken. And do not miss your opportunity to be part of this historic moment.
Faris Ahmed, I want to thank you so much for joining us. Thanks again, and we appreciate talking to you.
Thank you so much for having me, and thank you for your coverage.
Thank you, Faris. Okay, so that was Faris Ahmed. He was the campaign spokesperson for One World, One Body. But yes, back to you, Khaled. Go ahead.
Just we have received like the last update from the organizers. So far, it's been confirmed that 12 interception has been taken place. We are talking about Sirius Alma, Adara, Victor, Yalara, Error, and Hoga, Dir Yassin, Garden Blue, Otria, Morgana, and lastly, Hiro. So
I mean,
it's all
Al Jazeera is
confirmed.
reporting 8. Al Jazeera is reporting 8.
No,
it
was a couple of hours ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
They haven't been updated. We just got it from the steering committee right now. So yeah, there are 12 interception, but the milestone that the flotilla did right now, that they have reached Gaza by 48 miles. This is the closest, point that has been reached by any flotillas planned.
It's past the Hamdallah as well, right?
Yes,
right? This is past the Hamdallah
yeah.
point.
Yeah.
So Khalid, just to recap, so you're saying 12, and I think there's a total of 43 boats?
Yes. It's gonna be
and
very
the 12
long.
boats are
night,
the 12 boats are the bigger boats. So they
the bigger
I think
boats.
Musilla was saying,
It seems, yeah. It
yes,
seems to be,
Musilla was
from what we
saying,
understand, yeah.
Yeah, Musilla was saying earlier on that it was probably about 45 minutes ago that at that time 178 of the 300 people on board the total flotilla, plus minus 300 people, had been captured. So I guess it's gone up now because 12 boats. But again, it just coming back to your experience. I mean, it's been, for many of these people, they've been at sea. I think you left Barcelona. You left Barcelona almost about a month ago. No, they haven't just been at Barcelona. They stopped in Tunis for about 4 or 5 days, a bit longer, and they've stopped a few places. Just tell our audience just what the journey's been like. Just not for you, we'll get to your journey earlier on, but just for everyone who's been on board since Barcelona, where have they stopped, which, how many days have they been on board? And maybe also, you told me, just when you got back from the office, you told me how hectic some of the, the seas were, in terms of, some of them are very small boats. A lot of these boats are old boats, because once the Israelis capture the boat, they either sink them or they impound them, or they basically take ownership of the boat. So, a lot of these boats are, this is why we see rickety boats, etc. They're not, because if it's, the Israelis steal the property, basically. But Khalid, just speak us through that.
So yeah, the journey was planned from Barcelona towards Italy as a meeting point. Then the other flotilla from the other group from the flotilla from Tunisian and the Arab delegation will join at the sea at some point. The thing is, when things were delayed in Barcelona with the
Khalid, I'm
bureaucratic
just going to cut you
measures.
off right here. We have
No.
Huwaida Araf, who's an American activist and lawyer, who's on the Conscience boat right now, who's on the Global Smooth Flotilla on the Conscience boat. Huwaida, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good to see you, Huwaida. Good to see you. First off, what is happening? What are you going through? What are you seeing?
Well, as you noted, I am on the Freedom Flotilla Coalition's vessel Conscience. This is the same vessel that was bombed in Malta. It was bombed by Israeli forces back in May of this year. The vessel has been restored and it is now again at sea, this time carrying over 90 civilians from 25 countries. It is focused mainly on healthcare workers and medics, but we just launched from Italy yesterday, so we are still quite a ways from Gaza. So we do not see in front of us right now Israeli occupation forces or the other vessels of the flotilla.
And are you in contact, Huwaida, with the other boats that have been intercepted? Were you in contact before they got intercepted by the Israeli military?
Oh, yes, we have been. And many of our friends, colleagues, and comrades are on various boats of this flotilla. We are in contact. There is another wave that is a couple of days behind the vessels that are being attacked right now. And we should note that not all of them are being attacked. Israeli forces has taken over approximately 9 as the latest report, but over 30 are still headed towards Gaza, and behind them is another wave of 10 vessels from Thousand Medlands and the Freedom Flotilla Coalition. And then just behind that is the latest and the largest vessel, the Conscience, which I am on. So we are going to keep going. We are calling on our countries to stop Israel, sanction Israel, and not only for its attack on us, but for what it continues to do to the people of Gaza. And as long as they won't do anything, as long as our governments will not uphold international law and allows Israel to continue with this barbarity, we are going to keep acting. And one of the ways to try to break down break this illegal siege on Gaza is confronting the naval blockade by sea in this way. And our colleagues, people of conscience around the world, also rising up and shutting down cities, because we will not accept that Israel continues to do this. We cannot stand by and see a genocide and not do anything as our governments apparently are doing and want us to do. Sorry, let me fix that. It's not that our governments aren't doing anything. Our governments are actually complicit and they're helping Israel do this. They are very much a part of the siege and of the genocide, and we won't accept it.
Huwaida, can you just tell us more about your actual boat, just how big it is? You mentioned you're part of 10 more boats that are now following the Sumud flotilla. Yourself, I mean, I think you mentioned you're part of your boat specifically is dealing with medical care. I think you said, was that correct?
Yes.
But yeah, so
So
just tell us more, how many doctors are on board, just what's the process, and what that's been like.
Absolutely. So this vessel is a very large vessel. It's about 66 meters. We are about approximately 92 civilians on board, many of them, dozens of them. It is concentrated on healthcare workers and medics, because we know these two professions specifically Israel has targeted. In Gaza, Israel has instituted the largest international media blackout in modern history by not letting international journalists into Gaza to witness the crimes that Israel is committing. So the Palestinian people, Palestinian journalists have been carrying this burden of reporting on their own genocide. And not only have they been killed, but they've been deliberately targeted, them and their families. And global media, especially the legacy media, not you, of course, but legacy media outlets have failed their colleagues and failed their professions in not demanding access to Gaza and doing what the the journalists on this boat with us now are doing, is saying we are not respecting an illegal blockade. We are going to pick up the mantle of our colleagues in Gaza, and also the medics who are on with us. The same thing, that is another profession that is not only being killed and starved with the rest of the population, but being deliberately targeted, and the healthcare infrastructure in Gaza deliberately decimated, again, as a part of Israel's plan to destroy the Palestinian people. Israel is not allowing medical delegations to come and assist Palestinian medics in Gaza. Only a few medics are allowed in, and those who are allowed in are not allowed to bring in their equipment. So they are essentially arriving at Gaza's decimated hospitals without equipment with which to work. And we know that Israel has destroyed what there is in Gaza. So it's an abhorrent situation. And the medical community worldwide, for example, in the United States, the American Medical Association, they have not stepped up. They have not said anything. This is another profession, the medical community. Their profession is to save lives. They go to areas of mass casualties to volunteer help volunteer their services, and Israel's deliberately preventing them from doing so here. And so the medics that we have on board, along with the journalists, we are about from 25 different countries. We allowed, of course, the medics to bring their supplies and to bring with them medicine and medical supplies that Israel's not allowing in. We have suitcases of anesthesia and other things, as much as we can carry. And we are approximately 5 to 6 days away from Gaza. I should note that because of the size of this vessel, we are expecting Israel to use a lot of force. I was on the 2010 flotilla that Israel lethally attacked, and it's
Huwaida?
We seem to have lost Huwaida. Hopefully she comes back, because she was in the middle of telling us that she was, I guess she was going to say she was on the Mavi Marmara.
The Marmara in 2010, yeah.
But I mean, while we wait for her, what she was saying, there are 92 people on a 66-meter ship. Khalid, the biggest boat on the current Sumut flotilla is Alma, and you can tell us how it's much smaller than 66 meters,
Huwaida,
and much
Huwaida,
less than
back?
92 people.
Huwaida, can you hear
Sorry,
us?
yes, I lost
Huwaida, are you back?
Yes.
Okay, Huwaida's back. So Huwaida, sorry, we lost you for a while. Continue.
I lost where I was last cut off, but
the last thing you were telling us, Huwaida, was that you were on board the Mavi Marmara in 2010, and then you cut off.
Yes, I was part of the 2010 flotilla. I wasn't on the Mavi Marmara, to be specific, when it was attacked. I was actually sailing right next to it on a smaller American U.S. flagged vessel that Israel also attacked U.S. territory, international waters. And just to give an example, if we needed yet another one of the way that the United States enables Israel, the U.S. had a citizen on board that was executed by Israel, a 19-year-old medical student that was executed by Israeli forces on the Mavi Marmara. And not only did Israel prevent us from bringing a lawsuit against Israel in U.S. courts for attacking U.S. territory and attacking U.S. civilians, it prevented the family of the executed U.S. civilian, Furqan Dogan, from suing Israel in U.S. courts. So giving Israel immunity in U.S. courts from any kind of accountability, of course, globally, it continues to provide Israel not only with immunity, but all kinds of diplomatic shielding and money and weapons. This is what we call on our countries. These are the kind of policies that we have to change. And we do that in all different ways, by directly confronting the illegal policies that we are doing at sea, and by rising up and shutting things down and using civilian direct action, civilian power, really, in all kinds of ways, to push for non-cooperation, a push to make it so that our governments cannot continue to do this. We have to stop our governments from enabling Israel and being complicit in this genocide. We thought there was some movement last week when we saw the countries of Spain and Italy and Greece make statements and send vessels alongside the flotilla. But it wasn't enough then, and now some of these countries have retracted. We saw the Meloni of Italy call on us, the flotilla, to stand down, to not challenge an unlawful blockade, to not try to stop a genocide. Again, this is the kind of politics, the politics of cowardice and complicity that we are fighting, because it is our governments that need to be defying and breaking Israel's blockade. It is our governments that should be doing that as a part of their obligations under international law. International law says that when states are on notice that a genocide is possibly being committed, they are under obligation to do what they can to stop that genocide. And not only are they not doing that, they're trying to stop us from doing that. It is unreal.
Hoeda, just, I mean, you mentioned your boat is 92 people and 66 meters. How big are the other boats? And can you also just tell us, I mean, 2010, you were accompanying the Mavi Marmara. Tell us more about yourself and what, I mean, other than the fact that, the global reasons, which is Israel is committing a genocide, and what's the personal reasons, and just what's the personal reasons that enabled you to kind of, what challenges did you have to overcome in your personal life to make time now to, go from America to get to Italy, and decide to join this flotilla? What's at home for you? I'm assuming I know nothing about you, by the way. I've never met you before. Just this for the audience. But have you got kids back home? Have you got a family? Just what does that entail?
Of course. So the other vessels of the flotilla are all sizes. I don't know the sizes of all of them, but there are many boats in this flotilla, ranging.
I mean, are they as big as your boat? I think that's what we're trying to
No,
establish.
this is the largest. This is the largest one in the. This is the largest one in the mass of civilian boats that are at sea right now at this moment. The other ones are holding anywhere from 6 to 29. I think the range is. Sorry, no, I think a couple of the boats are actually only holding 4 civilians. So you have some as small as holding 4 civilians to approximately 25 to 29 civilians. The are the largest ones besides this one. So this one launched yesterday. It was the latest and largest to set sail, and it's dedicated to and for journalists and medical workers. But there are a few others who are not medical workers or journalists like myself. I'm an international lawyer that is on this flotilla. And just briefly about myself, I'm a Palestinian American human rights attorney, a longtime activist. I, I grew up in the United States, but spent a long time living in the occupied Palestinian territory in Palestine, and saw the horrors of the occupation and the apartheid with my own eyes. I became a co-founder of the International Solidarity Movement, which tries to mobilize people from around the world to come to Palestine and stand in solidarity with Palestinians who are using popular resistance to to resist these unlawful policies being used to suppress them and deny them freedom. And over the years, we have been brutalized. Some of our colleagues in the International Solidarity Movement also have been murdered by Israeli forces. But the movement has not stopped. People from all over the world leave the comforts of their own home to stand with Palestinians, not because they're against Israel or against Jews or anything like that, but because we are on the side of freedom, liberation, dignity, and human rights for all people. And that is what the Palestinian liberation struggle is about. I was part of the very first vote to challenge Israel's illegal blockade in 2008. So a small group of activists from the International Solidarity Movement decided to challenge Israel's illegal blockade. We got 2 small fishing boats, and we set sail from Cyprus back then in the summer of 2008, wanting to again call on the world to not believe Israel's lies. Israel tells the world that its blockade or everything that it does is about security. And it has nothing to do with security. It has to do with punishing the Palestinian people. It has to do with ethnically cleansing the Palestinian people, continuing to steal their land and making it impossible for Palestinians to stay on their land. That's what Israel's policies have been about over the decades, and they have just been accelerated because of the impunity granted to Israel. And so I was on those boats in 2008. Our first 2 small fishing boats actually made it to Gaza. We made it to Gaza. And when we left Gaza, we promised the people there that we would not stop sailing until the siege was broken, until Palestine was free. And we are keeping that promise. What we did back then is call on governments and big organizations to follow us. We are average civilians who fundraise from other civilians to get these boats, to be able to take to the sea, to challenge one of the most brutal militaries in the world because our larger organizations and our governments aren't doing it. What are they doing? They are allowing a country on trial for genocide to control what aid gets to a people that they're actively exterminating. It is a crazy world that they want us to accept. And so why am I here? It's because I've been part of this effort of global civil society to reject Israel's apartheid and occupation policies. And it's also for the future of my children. Yes, I am a mother. I wasn't a mother when I started back then, but I am now. I have two kids. I have a girl who turns 11 on October 7th, actually, and she's very mad at me for missing her birthday, but I think she understands, and a son who's 12. And I want to get back
What did
into
you
them.
tell your children before you leave? Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but I think I want to stop here for a second since you mentioned your children. What did you tell them before you went on the flotilla?
Unfortunately, I've had to have this discussion more than once with them because I was on the Handala vessel that sailed alone in July of this year to continue to challenge this blockade. And I had a long conversation with them about what might happen. And it's difficult to tell them or to try to prepare them for the worst. Um, and of course, they were upset and wish I wasn't doing this, but I think they also understand the importance of doing this. If I leave them with anything, I hope it is the belief always that they have the power to do something about injustice in this world. And so when I was organizing this vessel and told them again that I needed to be on this vessel, they understood. Well, I can't say my daughter understood because she wants me there for her birthday. Um, but in the end, I spoke to her the other day, and she was smiling and wished me good luck and hoping that I reach the children of Gaza.
And can I ask you about the sentiment on the boat as well? Since I know you said earlier that you're about 5-6 days out, but what is the sentiment right now, especially in light of the news that the Israeli military has intercepted some of these boats?
We are going strong here. People are so determined. The media and the healthcare workers are absolutely determined to reach their colleagues in Gaza, to send a strong message that though our global profession has failed you, we are trying to reach you. And we talked about it actually before we set sail, that we know the threats that Israel has made against the boats now at sea, against global Samut. The question was asked, what happens if Israel's attacks on the global Samut flotilla are lethal? If there are deaths like there were in 2010, are mass casualties, what will we do? And we said that we will not turn back. We cannot give in to this world of brutality and might is right. We cannot give in to this Israeli violence. And so we will keep sailing. And we asked anyone who is not prepared for that to keep sailing no matter what happens to the other boats. Then don't step foot on the conscience, because the conscience will not be turning back. The conscience is also sending a strong message and calling on the conscience of the world to act. And we are not going to let Israel's brutality turn us back. And it's okay. It's absolutely okay if people don't get on this vessel, because there are many reasons that people cannot. But nobody turned back. Nobody. And so all of us who are watching, we're sending messages of support to our colleagues under attack right now. We are reaffirming our calls to our governments around the world to stand up, and we are still sailing. We are on course to Gaza.
Huwaida, just last question, if you don't mind. What I understood from the organizers in the Global Smooth Flotilla, the plan is to have different waves.
Khalid, sorry to interrupt you. We've just been joined by Mary Macy, who's going to listen to your question, who's part of the, I think she's the lead
Yeah,
coordinator.
the head of
She's the head of the UK delegation.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so this so the audience understands. And now Khalid, please continue. Yeah, sorry for interrupting you, bro.
Good to have you, Mary.
Hi.
What I was explaining to Waida. So basically, I understand that there is a plan to have different waves. So Sumud is the first wave, Thousand Medlin are the second wave, and then so on. And your boat, I guess, is the third wave. If you could explain it to the audience, please.
So we're part of the first wave, the Global Sumud Flotilla, and I'm part of the UK delegation, head of the UK delegation. And so we have organised, there's 17 people from the UK on the flotilla, and there are 3 boats sailing under the UK flag. So yeah, several of the people have been detained, but we've still got, I believe, last time I looked, there was 30 boats still sailing towards Gaza. And the latest count, they were about 12 hours away from Gaza.
Yeah, and we just received from the committee that the total passengers and participants who've been intercepted is 201. Do you know from 201 how many Brits are being intercepted so far?
So I know that only a third of the ships have been intercepted, and they're all very different sizes. So I can only estimate that 70 people have been intercepted approximately.
Okay, thank you so
Mary,
much.
what's the latest?
Yeah.
What's the latest that you've heard from those that were intercepted?
The latest I heard was just before I came on to this show. So at that point, then we knew that 17 boats had been, no, sorry, 12 boats had been intercepted at that point in time. And that there were over 30 boats, 35, still sailing towards Gaza. So, yeah, they've been intercepted by larger Israeli vessels who are spraying water over them, water cannons, who are, there's some belief that there's some that there may be a submarine. There's other ways in which they've been attacked, but the first thing that they're doing is intercepting by cutting off their any video footage, or they're cutting off their contact with us, and then they move forward to get onto the boat and to take them away.
To your question about, sorry, to your question about,
go for it, Huda.
to your question about waves, as I was explaining, the Freedom Flotilla Coalition has been sending votes for really since 2010, since the global Freedom Flotilla that was lethally attacked. And we've continued sending votes since then. The boat that I am on now was attacked by Israel in May of 2025 off the coast of Malta. A month later, we sent the Madlin, that was attacked by Israeli forces. There were only 12 people on that vessel. A month later, we sent the Handala, which was the vessel that I was on. I was on there with 21 civilians. The Handala was a mission for the children of Gaza. We carried food, baby formula, and teddy bears donated by children of Italy to the children of Gaza. And why I raise that is because with all of the boats being attacked now and the ones that I was on a couple of months ago and before that, what kind of security threat do we pose that Israel is using all of this force to stop civilians carrying baby formula to children who are being deliberately starved, and our governments are standing by and just watching and letting Israel do this? And then so after the Madeleine and the Handala Global Sumud, their organizations mobilized around the world, especially after the attack on the Madeleine, and you had organizations like the 1,000 Madeleines that got started and other groups that came together and launched Global Sumud. So we have dozens of boats now at sea. After Global Sumud, then the Freedom Flotilla Coalition, us plus 1,000 Madeleines, launched another wave. So this past weekend, we launched 10 vessels from Italy, and then Just yesterday, we launched this vessel, which is against the latest and the largest. So yes, it has been waves that started back in 2008, but as of this year, it started with this boat that I'm on now being bombed in Malta, then us sending the Madeleine and the Handala, and then the dozens of vessels from Global Samud, and then the 10 that we launched a few days ago, and this one that we launched just yesterday. And we will keep coming at it. Israel's violence will not stop us.
Sure. I think that the sorry, can I?
No.
Yeah.
Please pick up after each other. I think.
Thank
I mean,
you.
what I wanted
So
to say, was Mary and Hoyt. I'm not sure if you've ever met each other, but you both
no,
are
right.
involved in organizing the flotilla. So please speak to each other. So go for it.
Yeah, great. Thank you. I think that there's obviously been some huge changes, and of course, some of the changes have happened because of what's gone on before. This just hasn't come out of nowhere. I was involved with the march from Cairo, where we were attempting to march to Gaza, and that was the first big, I suppose, larger attempt to go into Gaza while globally, where people from across the world came together. I think one of the amazing or major things about what's happening now is that people are coming together from across the world in numbers. And one of the things that's happening in each country now is there are huge demonstrations. So Berlin station has stopped. Their main railway station has been stopped. Italian dock workers are out. Every country across the world has got people who've got people on the flotilla are demonstrating. And then the question is, why are they demonstrating? They're demonstrating because of what's happening, but they're also demonstrating, of course, because of their government's complicity. As far as the UK is concerned, that complicity has been there, as we know, for a very long time. And now they are still following, this time following the states, and following Israel in protecting Israel as what they see as a colonial outpost from Britain and from now America and other Western countries in the Middle East. And I think that has motivated people to get involved and motivated people to come out, because the unfairness of that and the wrong of that we know has been perpetrated against many people. But this is time for people to stand up and say no. No to what's happening in Gaza, but also no for a future that's dominated by that kind of control and colonialism. And that's why we've come out, and that's why people are standing with people in Gaza, standing together against the entities, the Zionist entity, but also the colonialist entities.
So Mary, just on that note, sorry Ashfaq, I don't mean to cut you off.
No, it's fine.
I'll just take this and I'll pass to you, Mary. And this is also Huwaida, you could be a question for you. So when you hear that we've reported at Middle East Eye that the British government has said that they won't be providing diplomatic cover for those on the flotilla. So when you hear a decision by that by the UK government, how do you react?
Well, I mean, you can only react angrily, can't you? And the
Sure.
British government has allowed what's happening in Gaza, the the whole genocide, the murder of babies. They've allowed that to continue when, in fact, they could have stood up against it, but they weren't willing to stand against the United States. They weren't willing to stand against their interests in having Israel continue to be controlled through the West. They wanted to have an outpost there, which they considered to be a Western country within the Middle East, and that to me that's the sole purpose: money, wealth, power, and at that expense, they're quite willing to see children, babies, civilians, the destruction of Gaza happen. I think that a lot of people just think that is wrong. They think it's not right. They also think that there is a very strong right wing drive that accompanies Zionism, which we're seeing in our countries as well. So we're seeing the rise of the far right. We've had far right demonstrations, and on those demonstrations, where they've been demonstrating against immigration and against refugees, on those demonstrations are Israeli flags. Why? Because the Zionists are part of an extreme right-wing ideology that is that is sweeping across America and also sweeping across Europe. And I think that we we have to stand in solidarity. We want to stand in solidarity, but we also have to stand in solidarity with what's happening in Gaza, because that is also the ideology that's spreading across our countries as well. And so yeah, and so that's part of what's happening.
Huwaida,
I
I
think
think
that's
you could follow up here. Just the idea of Western governments. An example is the UK government choosing not to provide diplomatic cover.
yeah, just to, I mean, I agree with Mary's point. I would just add to that. It's not just that they're not providing diplomatic cover for their civilians, which, by the way, is a violation of their obligations to their
Yes.
civilians, because their civilians are sailing lawfully in international waters. They are sailing lawfully headed into Palestinian territorial waters that Israel has no right to control, as was reaffirmed by the International Court of Justice last year.
Yeah.
So they are obligated to provide this services to their civilians. They are obligated to actually demand that other countries not violate the right of their civilians. Again, so we have the right to be sailing peacefully in international waters where most of our vessels have been and are now currently being attacked. And we have the right to also sail peacefully into Palestinian territorial waters. So that, first and foremost, is a violation of the UK's responsibilities. But they're not providing diplomatic cover for their civilians, but they are providing diplomatic cover and impunity for Israel in its illegal actions, even at the expense of not only its civilians, but its own sovereignty. As Mary noted, a number of these flags are sailing, another of the, sorry, of these vessels are sailing under the UK flag. The ship that I was on 2 months ago and the Madeleine and the
Yeah.
Handara were both flagged by the United Kingdom. This means that our vessels are sovereign UK territory in international waters that Israel is attacking. So Israel's attack is an attack on the UK territory, and the UK is silent. It is not sanctioning Israel. It is not holding Israel accountable. On the contrary, it is allowing Israel to continue by not standing with us, by not providing us protection, and by using this rhetoric again to allow Israel to get away with these crimes. So the extent to which our governments, and as we see here, we're talking about the UK, are subservient to Israel, the United States, and their joint crimes is unbelievable, and it should outrage every citizen of the United Kingdom.
Yeah, I think the other element of that, of course, is that the UK is allowing arms to be developed within the United Kingdom for sale to Israel, and they're providing those with impunity. They made a statement about a year ago, several months ago, that some of that they would take away the licenses for the sale of arms, but they actually took away, I think it was something like 3% of the licenses, and there are billions of pounds being spent in terms of the development of those arms and the sale of them, and they've continued to do that. The other thing that the UK did was to say that they would support an independent Palestine, but they have made no move to stop the arms. They've made no move to open up a humanitarian corridor. They've made no move to challenge Israel in the international courts. And that's what we're demanding. We're demanding that, and to protect their citizens who are going to deliver peacefully humanitarian aid, but are being attacked at this very moment on the seas, going towards Palestinian waters that they say they recognise. So if they recognise Palestinian waters and Palestinian people are saying you can come here, then why that's a complete contradiction in terms of their public statements. And I think it's that is also we've entered a stage where people lie with impunity. They tell lies basically. We support you, but actually we're not going to do anything about it.
if I could just
So
add
that
to
means
that.
that as citizens, we have to do something about it. We're left, if you've got any ounce of humanity or conscience, then we are left having to do something. And this is what we're doing.
Hueda, yeah, come in, come in.
I just wanted to add one point. Of course, we are carrying all the humanitarian aid we can carry, but our goal is not just to deliver the humanitarian aid or open a humanitarian corridor. Yes, Israel, a country on trial for genocide, should not be allowed to decide if and what aid gets to a people they are actively exterminating. That is absurd. But Palestinian people do not want to live on aid. The humanitarian crisis is a man-made, deliberate, engineered humanitarian crisis. And so, over the last few days and couple of weeks, Israel has been insinuating, and even some governments have supported this notion that we can just drop off our aid at Ashdod and Israel will deliver it. Well, one, we see that Israel's actively blocking aid. So that is just a ridiculous offer that is meant to take attention away from what the crimes that Israel's actually committing. But also, our goal is not to just deliver aid, because Israel has no authority to control Gaza. It is the Palestinian people who have the right to control what gets in and out of Gaza. We're not perpetuating this aid cycle. Yes, Israel's siege needs to be broken so aid can flow, but siege needs to be broken because Palestinians need to be free. So the aid that we are carrying, why we highlight this, not just because we should be allowed to deliver the aid. We highlight this to show that we are no threat to Israel at all. We constitute no security threat. So Israel absolutely has no legitimacy whatsoever, no right to try to stop us. And it's absurd, the military might that they are exerting in trying to stop us. But our aid is nothing compared to what is needed in Gaza. And more than that, what Palestinians in Gaza need more than aid is they need the world to stop supporting Israel and trying to ethnically cleanse and annihilate them. Palestinians need their freedom. And I will tell you, as a Palestinian, we don't want our cause to be turned into a charity case. Ours is one of a demand for liberation, a demand to be free so that we can live and work and grow and feed our children without having to live on humanitarian aid. So the world needs not to deliver humanitarian aid. It needs to demand that Israel stop blocking humanitarian aid, but it also needs to demand that Israel abide by international law and that Palestinians are granted the right to self-determination now, right? So not just deliver humanitarian aid, break the siege and the genocide and the occupation and the apartheid Palestinian liberation. That is what we're sailing for.
Both Mary, hi, both Mary and Roida, both of you can answer the next question. It's less about the flotilla, but it is related to flotilla because I think with Gaza and what's happening at the moment, everything's kind of connected. But I'm sure both of you are aware that Trump and Netanyahu have put out a plan just this week, in the last sort of 72 hours or so. There's still a lot of hazy details on the plan. Among the suggestions of the plan is that there will be sort of a peacekeeping group which will be headed by Trump. Among that board will also be Tony Blair. I mean, my own reflections before I hand on to you is that this is a kind of a response to the public pressure, not just from the flotilla movements, but lots of other movements. It comes from also governments that, although they have been complicit in this genocide, the move by some governments to kind of recognize the Palestinian state. What's your reading of this kind of tactic? I'll throw to you, Roida, first, because obviously as a Palestinian and a Palestinian American, you're familiar with Oslo. You're familiar with the long history that Israel has of kind of, appeasing the Western powers and appeasing the allies and kind of blurring the perspectives of what's really going on by kind of, creating some sort of process that they are eventually not really accountable for, and then blaming the Palestinians again. Just what's your comments on that?
Absolutely. I mean, you just said it, and we saw it with Oslo, where Palestinians were led to believe that they will get their independence and a state. And what happened was Israel continued to violate not only international law, but the terms of the agreements that they signed. And there was absolutely no accountability, no enforceability whatsoever. And they're trying to do it again, as you noted, I support 100% that they are being compelled to support, to move, to show that they are doing something, like these countries recognizing Canada, the UK, France, Australia, moving to recognize a Palestinian state, almost as to appease their civilians who are outraged at the complicity of their governments. But we are also not fooled by this. You're recognizing a Palestinian state. What state? How about you end the genocide? How about you try to ensure that there's a Palestinian people left in order to have a state by taking action, by stop supporting Israel? So we are not fooled by these diplomatic moves that they are making, that not only do nothing to actually stop the genocide, but are deliberately designed to try to absorb people's anger and the movement in the streets, which is instituting forms of, or using forms of civilian action to boycott and to divest from not only Israel, but companies that are complicit in the crimes that Israel is committing right now. So with Trump's 10-point plan, I haven't had a chance to also read it in detail, but what I can tell you is that there is no enforcement mechanism. There's no enforcement mechanism whatsoever. So the points that they have in there about what Israel is allowed to do, Israel is going to violate them, just like it violates always everything that it seems to agree with, and then nobody holds Israel accountable. So we continue to allow Israel to proceed with their ethnic cleansing plan. So this is a ruse. This is a farce meant to distract the international community, and it needs to be, again, called out. What we are calling on our governments to do is not these fake ruse of plans or recognition of a state that doesn't exist, and if we don't do anything of the people, but to stop Israel's crimes, to impose sanctions on Israel now. That's what our demand needs to be, and that's what countries need to be doing now. All of this other stuff is just a distraction.
And Mary, your response to that, and then we'll go to Khalid, who also has a question for you guys.
Sure. Well, the fact that Tony Blair, whose history of violating international law and human rights is well known, the fact that he and Trump and Netanyahu have come together to bring about what they are calling peace is, I think that it's significant when you look at all those people's history. International law recognizes the self-determination of peoples, and it's a complete undermining of the self-determination of the Palestinian people by bringing together three people whose interests are aligned against Palestine and with Israel. So their alignment is geopolitical, it's financial, it's power, and it's destructive. People have to have self-determination. Otherwise, what we end up having is just might is right and power is right. And that's why I think that as civilians and ordinary people, we have got together to stand up and say, no, you cannot just violate the laws and the agreements that have been made and then think you can get away with it because you are powerful. And then, so we can see people being the small boats that we're traveling on being attacked and being brought down now by Israeli boats, which have been funded from our countries and from America. And we can see what's happening now, that they're being stopped from moving forward. So we will keep coming. Yeah, we'll keep marching, we'll keep walking, we'll come sailing, because we have no other choice. And we will stand with the people of Palestine and Gaza to defeat Israel. And they will be defeated, because might cannot be right forever.
So back to the flotilla, just a quick recap of the last update that we have received. We are talking about more than 30 ships have been confirmed. They are still sailing towards Gaza. Only 13 boats has been intercepted, and the boats now approached 46 miles away from Gaza, which I guess the nearest point that any flotillas ever approached. Mary, what's the procedure if the boat successfully arrived to Gaza? Is there any kind of plan?
So, if the boats successfully arrive to Gaza, there will be a lot of people in Gaza ready to greet us. Apparently, there will be a huge welcome that we will give out the what's on the boats. And we've been talking with Palestinian people in Gaza about how that would be done, so that it's done in a peaceful way. Because obviously, if people are starving, then we know that we all know what happens. We've seen it. So that will be done with Palestinian people through their means. So they will be given the aid, and then they will find a way to distribute that in a way that's calm and peaceful. And then we will turn around and come back again. So, but we will show that we have been able to go into, and we have basically broken the siege. And so, if you can go by sea, then we're recognizing that those waters are Palestinian. Then we can open up the other corridors and walk in through the other corridors to make sure that that lorries full of there's over 1,000 lorries waiting to go in at the moment, but those lorries can also go in, and that the people in Gaza will take responsibility for distributing the aid in those. We know what's happened when Israelis and Americans have got together to try and to pretend they're distributing food, and instead they've captured people and then shot them dead while they go to collect water, including children. That will not happen, because people in Gaza will make sure it doesn't happen. And we will be there to assist in any way that they find helpful. And if they don't find it helpful, we won't be there, because that's what self-determination is about. It's about the peoples of each country taking control of that country rather than being dominated by other people for their self-interests.
Thank you, Mary. Just both Hoida and Mary, you can stay on the line. We're actually going to say goodbye tonight to one of our presenters, Hashim. Thanks for your time. Thanks for your insights, and for answering our producer's call late at night, and getting on this. No, stay on the line, Mary and Hoida. This is for Hashim.
I actually have to. I'm sorry. I actually have
But you
to.
need to go. That's fine.
I
Okay.
do have another interview. I'm sorry.
No,
but
no worries. Hoida,
thank you.
thank you
Thank
for
you
your
for your
time.
coverage.
Thanks for coming on, Hawaii.
Thanks
Thank
for
you very
everything.
much.
And
Yeah.
Thank you for your time,
best of
Hoida.
luck with your journey.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye-bye
And
now.
Hashim's going to be replaced by Matilda, who will have a few questions for you, Mary, because once she gets on, she'll have those questions. But just to Hashim,
Okay.
any last words from you?
Listen, thank you so much. Great work with the coverage, guys. Good luck with it, and I'll see you in the next one.
Okay.
Thank you,
So,
Hashim.
Mary, while we're just waiting for Matilda to join, I'm not sure if you're familiar with Matilda, but she was on
Yes.
board the flotilla as a journalist, and she was doing some
Yeah.
work, probably with you, to try to get the British government, to do something to ensure that their
Yeah.
citizens are safe, in the event that what's happening right now was happening. So Matilda has joined us, and I'll just get the two of you can continue the conversation.
Hello. Yes, there's a different circumstances in which I thought we would be in touch around this time. At this time, I believe I would have entrusted you to be informing my family about what
Yeah.
was going on. How is that communication channel working? That's something that you're desperately trying to do to keep families on top of what is happening to their loved ones at this time.
Yeah. Absolutely, and that's a crucial part of what we're doing, because people have to feel that their people at home, whether they're their children or their parents or their family or their friends, that they care about them. But we care. We're not kind of ruthless and heartless about what's happening to those people, and we've done an amazing job. I've been in touch with all the family and friends. We're in touch now with what's happening, but we also made sure that we've had support groups for people to come along to, kind of therapeutic groups if people need it, some counselling if people need it, because we do understand that if waving goodbye to one of your family or friend who's going off into a huge unknown danger is frightening, and the support that those people in the boats need is from their family and friends. They need them from their comrades and their brothers and sisters as well, but they also need them from home, whatever those people's political views are. So those people we've had to look after, and we are looking after. We've been in touch with people in the boats throughout, and so we will continue to do that. Some of the family and friends of people who've returned, as you know, have come along and spoken in the media and spoken on platforms and are speaking out at the moment. They will join us tomorrow at demonstrations we hold across the UK.
Now, we're hearing that over 200 passengers of the Global Summit Flotilla have been taken into Israeli custody. Just talk us through what infrastructure is in place to support these individuals once they are inside Israeli custody.
Yeah, so as soon as they are taken by the Israelis and they're taken into Israel, then they will be met by lawyers, Palestinian lawyers. So we're working with Adalah to make sure that there are lawyers who are there to meet with them. We've been given clear discussion with every delegate, as you well know, about how they should respond to what Israel is saying and what the options are for them to do. We will then, we are hopeful that within 72 hours they will be released and they will be taken to possibly back to their own country, or they'll be taken somewhere. We will be there wherever they're taken to. We'll be there to meet and greet them and to support them, because we know that they'll be released with no money, with nobody they necessarily know, with no mobile phone, etc. So we're there to make sure that they get back home safely. And we're grateful that our families and friends trust us to do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's an immense responsibility. What kind of time frame are we looking at? When should we expect all of the passengers of the flotilla to be returned home?
Well, our wish is that they arrive in Gaza and they are able to meet with people in Gaza, bring solidarity with them to Gaza, and then they will be able to leave Gaza of their own free will. If they're detained, then we believe that they will be released within 72 hours, as long as they are willing to sign a statement to say that they wish to return. So they are, if they do that, then they should be released within 72 hours, 3 days. So we're expecting the first group of people really to be coming back after the weekend. Yeah, Monday, probably Tuesday.
Now, these options about signing deportation consent forms upon detention in Israel, this is something that was discussed collectively by everybody on board, because while some people have a need to be immediately deported, for example, health reasons or particular safety reasons, not everybody does intend to sign this form, rather to remain in solidarity with Palestinian detainees. That was one reason that some people gave for why they would not sign, as political prisoners, to continue piling pressure and visibility upon Israel. For those who do not sign this form, can you tell us what the likely time frame is for them to be held in Israeli detention and for them to be returned home?
Well,
Matilda,
first of all, they will be
sorry to interrupt you guys. There is an audible action right now on one of the boats. We are trying to hear what's happening with them.
Are we able to turn up the volume from the feeds?
Γιατί στο Μυσία! Έρχεται ρε! Έρχεται! Γιατί είναι μόνος του κομμένος. Άκουσα αυτό το πράγμα, άκουσα καλά. Από το κομμένο του Ισία. Το ακούτε. Έρχεται τώρα εδώ. Πού πάμε? Μα αν πάμε δεξιά θα μας κόψει. Πάμε δεξιά, εντάξει, άντε. Σ' ακολουθώ. Πολύ σημαντικό ντοκουμέντο. Το κόμμα δεξιά, να πούμε το μεγάλο πύλο. El menos suficiente.
Matilda, I think you can pick up the conversation you
Oh,
were having
great.
with Mary. Just reduce the sound for a while. You can maybe give some reflections, and then this speaks to both your knowledge and Mary's knowledge of what happened when an Israeli interception happens, and
Yeah.
then continue with the discussion. Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, if it's possible, I think it would be good for everyone to be aware of what kind of time frame for detention is to be expected for those who've been detained who will not sign the immediate deportation order, just so that we can make sure we're keeping track of the process as it is supposed to legally play out.
Yeah. So those people who won't sign anything would be taken through the Israeli court system. So they would be charged, and they would presumably be found guilty, and then a number of things could happen. Israel has threatened that they will keep people in prison for a long time. But they equally will come under a lot of pressure internationally and from the governments of those people who they're detaining. And so there will be pressure for their release. But we cannot predict how long people will be held for, because they could be sentenced to years of imprisonment. There isn't really much for us to go on, because they haven't had this larger number before of people arriving on flotillas, as you know. And people have been charged, but when they've been charged and taken through the courts, they've been deported very quickly.
And
We would hope.
there have been threats made by certain members of the Israeli government that they intend to use anti-terror law to levy some serious charges on certain members of the flotilla. Now, you are head of the UK delegation, right? And so can you just talk to us a little bit about what kind of protection, diplomatic or consular protection, the British government owes British citizens who are being intercepted at sea right now and who are being taken to Israeli detention right now?
Yeah. We've got exceptionally good lawyers in the UK who are working with us on the human rights and challenging the breach of international law that's happening. And as well as I spoke earlier, there are contradictory statements being made by the UK, in that they are saying that they will not support citizens who go into what they determine as Israeli waters, but they have already acknowledged that that Palestine is independent state, and in which case they have their own water. They're Palestinian waters we're going into. So the conflict around the ownership of those waters and that land continues, and the UK has a duty to abide by international law and to abide by the decisions that have been made internationally around the independence and self-determination of the Palestinian people. They also have a duty to prevent genocide, and they have a duty to prevent what is in effect torture of people through starvation, and they have a duty to protect their citizens who have committed no crime from being detained illegally in another country. So we will continue to demonstrate, and we'll continue to fight for those people to be returned. And that will be part of the next round of a movement. But we will never forget that, in fact, Palestinian people are being kept in those prisons illegally and being detained illegally in prisons as well. And so I think that the whole system under which this whole episode is being carried out is one which has created a huge, an abandonment of international law. And is that a safe place for any of us to be? I would argue it wasn't.
Mary Macy, thank you so much for your time at this late hour and for joining us here on Middle East Eye.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
There is really quite a remarkable situation playing out at the forefront of this flotilla, which I think just, is worth drawing some attention to. As Khalid recently pointed out, I think just 13 boats have been intercepted, leaving 30 boats still sailing to Gaza. The lead boats of which are now reaching territory that is unprecedented in similar missions, approaching the beaches of Gaza in a way that really, really was not necessarily anticipated for this mission, because Israel has clearly signaled that they have not intended to allow any of the boats to reach Gaza. We have a new guest just joining us. Welcome.
Welcome.
Omar Suleiman, hi, welcome to the Me live show of the flotilla.
Hi, everyone. It's good to be with you all.
Good, good. Omar Suleiman, before we actually start with questions, Khalid, do you know how close some of the boats are now to the shores of Gaza? Can you just update us?
So basically, what happened is the focus were on the bigger boats. So the military vessels were surrounding all of them. What we understand from what you have heard from the radio, that small boats managed to escape the vessels. So we are talking about small boats are like approached 46 miles from Gaza, and they are still on their way. And yeah, as I mentioned earlier, this is the nearest point that any flotillas has ever approached so far.
Okay, so just to make it clear, it sounds like there's about 29 boats that the Israelis are going to try to intercept, and they have about 46 miles to get to Gaza. So, I mean, we could see some either very heroic or unfortunate scenes, depending on what may happen. Omar Suleiman, thank you for joining us. You've in the last 24 months, as the genocide has unfolded in Gaza, you've become a very prominent voice, especially as a Muslim scholar, speaking up against the genocide, speaking about complicity from Western media, from Western powers, from many parts of the Muslim world. What's your thoughts as you see these 300 activists trying to break the siege in Gaza, and you see the world reaction to it?
I mean, first and foremost, like, we have to express just an immense amount of pride and gratitude in them and for them. Look, where governments have failed, people are trying to pick up the slack. None of this should be necessary, but all of it is warranted because of the failure of governments. And at the end of the day, it's the failure of governments that led to these activists boarding these flotillas and making their way to Gaza. And it's the failure of governments now to protect these activists as they arrive at the shores. And so Gaza as a whole has been a display of the collapse of international law. And, you know, in the absence of any semblance of international law, people are looking for creative ways to contribute to the end of the genocide. And so every single one of these actions opens the door to another action. I think that's what Israel fears most, is that it never stops with this action. It always becomes something else. It inspires more people and inspires more creativity. And so I'm sure this won't be the last time. So as Israel escalates its genocide, we have to escalate our actions in response. And what I will say is that, you know, for Israel right now, this is about optics, right? I mean, they have been thinking about how to do this in a way that preserves their optics in the best way possible, which shows you that they don't actually fear any consequences. I mean, they're not worried about um, anyone actually meaningfully holding them accountable. They just want to, sort of lean into the narrative war and gain some sort of legitimacy. And so I think we're going to see some cheap PR tactics. I think we'll see, um, the usual cycle of Israeli propaganda. But let's be clear, they're trying to silence solidarity. And that is on college campuses. That is through buying social media platforms now and openly boasting about it. That is through enlisting a deputy chief of staff of the president of the United States as a foreign agent. I mean, it's insanity, right? So the more they try to silence solidarity, I think they're going to contribute um, to folks that will not appreciate their heavy hand, and it'll actually embolden more efforts against them.
You mentioned, you started off by saying congratulations to the 300 activists. They filled in where governments have failed. Obviously, it's been very difficult, I think, for anyone who's been witnessing, and many people have been witnessing, the unfolding genocide in Gaza. Um, it's also made us, while it's made us very sad, it's probably made us very angry. Who are you most angry with, or like what are you most angry with when you think about what you've seen in the last 24 months?
To be honest, there's a lot of anger to be distributed. Um, I live in the United States. I'm an American citizen. I pay taxes, and so obviously there's a lot of anger towards, um, the United States government, both under the Biden administration as well as the Trump administration, for enabling, abetting, protecting this genocide at all levels. None of this happens without the United States, and um, Joe Biden could have stopped this, and Trump could stop this. So it starts there. But I'd say that, as a Muslim, um, the anger towards Arab and Muslim governments, I mean, to be this impotent, despite the size, despite the leverage that you have with your resources. Some of these conversations that are being had now, like the fact that any country still normalizes with Israel, the fact that there are still these backdoor security agreements and economic benefits and passages that exist, is just so shameful. And at the end of the day, here's how I'd put it. It's not like any of these, well, I don't want to say it's not like any of them care about Israel, because who knows what's really going on there, right? But I think that at the end of the day, these people are auditioning for the favor of Donald Trump. And, everyone wants to be his poodle in the Middle East and to do the dirty work in exchange for all sorts of benefits. And so they care, at the end of the day, they care more about the approval and the well wishes and the benefits of being in partnership with the United States than they do about the people that are suffering in Gaza right now. And that's a shame on the entirety of I think the display of Arab and Muslim governments that have not been able to do anything. And I say that with great sadness. I mean, some of them are definitely more complicit than others, but I think they're all disappointing. Like, at the bare minimum, you can say that everyone's been disappointing.
I'm sure you're aware that in the last sort of 72 hours or so, Trump and Netanyahu have put forward a plan where they're going to have some sort of peace board headed by Donald Trump himself. There's talk that Donald Trump has said that Tony Blair will be part of that board as well. What's your reading? I just before you joined, we were joined by Huwaida Arif and Mary Macy, who are part of the contingent of the flotilla. They gave their thoughts on it. What's your thoughts on the plan?
So, look, it's actually not that much different from the other plans that have been taken, manipulated, and then put forward as the very same plans that were agreed to by Hamas. So it's very clear that there was a plan that Hamas had agreed to multiple times that was put forth as an American agreement. Hamas agrees. Netanyahu makes major changes to it, and then it comes back with full American backing that the obstruction is coming from the side of Hamas. In this case, it's not Hamas that's the party, I think, that got played. I think it's all of those governments that were sitting in the room, and that agreed to, I guess, this 21-point plan. And then, it was presented as the same plan to the public, but clearly Netanyahu came, made major changes, and it was presented as all the same thing. The idea is to continue to portray. So it's twofold, right? It's to give Netanyahu as much time as possible and as much, run room to be able to do whatever he wants with no consequences, and to be able to say that we've given peace a chance. And this is sort of, their way of vying for legitimacy and playing victim, continuing to play victim while carrying out a genocide. So on the one hand, it's deflection by Israel. On the other hand, it's to portray the Palestinians as, once again, unwilling to make any reasonable peace. And this sort of colors the entire spectrum of Palestinian factions and resistance and any Palestinian political movement for the last 7+ decades. We tried, right? That's the idea, is that they're saying we tried, and the Palestinians are never reasonable with these things. So it's a twofold game. Like I said, the only thing that's changed now is that I think the people that got played were the various governments that were in the room. Um, and at this point now, I mean, obviously my personal feelings bringing Tony Blair, an architect of a genocide or an architect of an atrocious war in Iraq that led to the loss of 1 million lives, bringing him on board, and then giving Donald Trump some sort of a position over Gaza, um, adds 2 layers of colonialism, right, to what's already a colonial situation. Um, you know, we can speak to the ridiculousness of it. I don't know what's going. I'm obviously not privy to the negotiations or to the provisions that will be made, or if there's even room for negotiation of those terms. Obviously, Palestinians in diaspora don't have a say in actually making a decision as to how this goes forward, but we can still point to the ridiculousness of the terms, right? And I think we should continue to do that, while understanding that, you know, just like when we would say after the Nakba that the two-state solution, those that accepted it from a place of concession and from a place of reckoning with great difficulties and overwhelming circumstances. But it was even then a concession and giving up a significant part of Palestinian land. And so any one of these commitments or any one of these deals that are accepted continue to be to the detriment of the Palestinian people, so long as they don't have self-determination. So the key words that we have to just keep on insisting on are self-determination. When you continue to take actions that do not involve the agency of the Palestinian people and only further entrench colonialism and bury the Palestinian cause, you're robbing them of self-determination. So those are just 2 words that we just have to keep on pushing forward.
I want to say, I know you have limited time, so I'll just have one more final question for you. You mentioned Palestinians in the diaspora. Many people know you, but they don't necessarily know you as a Palestinian. They know you as, an imam and a vocal, voice dealing with people and their spirituality, etc. But I mean, just as a Palestinian, going back to Oslo and going back to the Intifada, and walk us through the last 30 minutes. You don't have a lot of time, so I appreciate it would be a abbreviated answer. But just, probably your whole life. I mean, you were probably born in the 80s when Lebanon was just blown up by Israelis. Well, not the whole of Lebanon, but Beirut. 15,000 to 20,000 people were killed. And then there was the Intifada, and there's a whole lot of things. So just how has that impacted, who you are, what you are, and sort of your ideas, and how has it informed your spiritual teachings?
So first and foremost, I mean, I'll speak to it from a very human perspective, that my father is still alive, thank God. And he's, he was born before the state of Israel. He lived through the Nakba. He remembers living in a free Palestine in the early 40s. He has seen the Nakba, the Naksa, and everything else in between. And, he and my mother were both Palestinian refugees. My mother was born in Damascus in 1951. She passed away. She used to write about her life. And so, at the end of the day, I lived this through my parents, right? I've never been to Palestine. I've been denied entry. Largely just go to Jordan, have a lot of relatives that have been exiled to Jordan or relocated in Jordan, and all around the world, right? Some of them here in the United States and other places of the world. At the end of the day, it's a bunch of scattered pictures. It's pictures of what our land used to look like. It's pictures of checkpoints that have encroached upon land that we still technically own. It's stories of rape when the Nakba happened. It's stories of murder. It's stories of relatives that got displaced to Gaza that are now second, third cousins, right? But I've never met them before, but they share. I mean, they look like me. I could easily be one of them. And this person, so-and-so just died. So-and-so just saw his wife and kids murdered. So-and-so just, walked out of a building and had to pull their their baby, by one leg out of the rubble, and the only thing that came out was one hand and a deformed piece of flesh. Like, these are the stories we hear every day, right? Now, the pain of living it and being there is something entirely different. So what I would say is that at this very moment, it's, you know, seeing obviously what's happening, like all of you, constantly, but seeing myself in those people. And there has to be a radical exercise of empathy on the part of every single human being right now, because we can't normalize genocide playing out on our screens the way that it's happening. So there has to be an exercise of radical empathy. It's much easier for me to have that empathy because they look like me. In some cases, they share the exact same name as me. And I know that it's just a turn or two in the trajectory of my parents that makes it different, for me being here, versus being there, right? And them being here versus them being there. So we all understand that. And so every Palestinian diaspora has survivor's guilt, or I would say most Palestinians have survivor's guilt. Um, but I'll say this, that at this very moment, as an imam, right, I'm working with children that are in the hospital that have lost limbs, lost eyes, and that made it in when those visas were still being accepted, and that are getting treatment for the most barbaric injuries I've ever seen. And we're dealing with another form of silencing solidarity, which are personal friends of mine and community leaders that have been abducted by ICE, and just Palestinian activists being picked up off the streets, um, in Nazi Germany style, and disappearing because they were voices for the Palestinians. And so this is a lived reality. It's more pastoral than political, but it's inherently political. And so what I would say is that, yes, I mean, most people probably know me as an imam, and as a religious figure. And what I would say is that this is a human endeavor. It's a religious endeavor. It's one that requires radical empathy, and Islam requires radical empathy, of the greatest level, right? And we're seeing this embodied by those activists that are on those ships today, some of them going from a place of faith, some of them going from a place of humanity. I know some of them, and they're going based upon what they feel called to do from Quranic teachings, right? And from teachings of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. I know other people that are not Muslim and just are going from a place, again, of just human empathy. We need to channel all of that sincere human endeavor to end the greatest human rights atrocity of our times.
Omar Suleiman, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciated. And best of luck with the rest of your day.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank you. Salam. Matilda, can you just give us an update on what you've been seeing, both you and Khalid? What's the latest?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get the latest. The latest confirmed number of interceptions is still 13, and which means there are 30 boats that are continuing to sail to Gaza. There's about 10 boats that are, taking up the forefront of that flotilla, and they are really approaching to unprecedentedly close to Gaza, about 45 nautical miles. At the pace they're sailing, that would mean that, in theory, if Israel does not obstruct them, they would reach Gaza within the next 5 hours. I'm actually in contact with some of the people on that boat. They are, within very, very close proximity of Israeli naval vessels that are much, much bigger than they are, and packed with soldiers who are armed with weapons, while these passengers on small sailing vessels are completely unarmed. Nevertheless, there are a lot of boats in this flotilla, and the vast majority of them, despite this interception having now gone on for over 8 hours, I think, the vast majority of them have not yet been intercepted. Nevertheless, if you scroll through social media, you will see many videos coming out, SOS videos from individual accounts. These are videos that all the participants recorded before leaving in anticipation of this moment. Videos saying, if you see this video, then I have been kidnapped by the Israeli military and taken into Israeli custody. That is now over 200 participants, and they come from nearly 40 different nationalities. The exact number, I think, is about 36 nationalities. Mostly Spanish and Turkish. I believe soon we're going to be joined with a representative from the Turkish delegation. So it'd be interesting to talk to them about, about I suppose the different risks that historically Turkish individuals involved in these flotillas, in these humanitarian missions, have faced at the hands of Israel. Khalid, do you have anything to add in terms of the updates on the flotilla and the interception? Oh, your sound isn't coming through, Khalid. Or is that just me? I'm not hearing any sound come through.
Khalid, we can't hear you. So
Yeah,
we'll just
sorry.
get you to fix.
Yeah,
Oh, there we go. That's
sorry.
Khalid.
Yeah. Sorry. So I was saying that the numbers is still so far at the 30. We're still double checking the numbers. So yeah, there is not that much update. And I was just talking about Mohammed Mahdi and and welcoming them. So hi Mohammed, welcome aboard.
Hi, thank you very much for accepting
Thank
me
you.
on.
Just first of all, can you just confirm to us how many Turkish individuals participating and how many boats under Turkish flag?
So right now, there are 53 Turkish volunteers on the ships, but I cannot exactly confirm how many boats because Turkish people, they generously support with a big amount of money, but they did not take the entire boats for their use. They did give to Global Smooth Flotilla to be used for the other delegations.
Okay, because we have been informed um, like 24 hours or even longer, like 48 hours, that there was a plan to have two boats from Turkey joining the flotilla. That's why.
There are a lot of rumors, so we haven't also confirmed some of the news.
Okay.
We've also got some news that there are a few boats are sailing from Turkey to Gaza, but
Okay.
there is no real confirmation. But what I can
Okay.
say is that you know that Conscience ship is going to join the Freedom Flotilla Coalition and the Thousands Madeleine uh, Flotilla. So
Yeah.
beside this, Turkish organizations are now gathering and having another plan, which is they are also trying to make another flotilla from Turkey to sail right after the Freedom Flotilla. So non-stop, they want to continue this mission to get attention on the flotilla.
Right. And have you received any kind of communication between you as a delegation and officials by Turkish, especially with the vessels in the Mediterranean and yeah, the speculation about whether they will accompany the flotilla or not?
Unfortunately, these are most of them were speculations. So they did support through the air, but the Navy were just following the ships for a certain period of time. So as
Mm.
Italy and Spain withdraw their navies, Turkey also withdraw their navies. They didn't want to face with Israel, I think.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we have received some calls when I was in Tunis for organizing the mission. The the MPs that we had has got received calls from the foreign minister and from the commander of the navy. They were trying to do something, but unfortunately, we haven't got any clear evidence.
Perfect. I guess Matilda, if you have any questions as well.
Yeah, I was curious about the fact that the Turkish vessel, by my understanding, it went a step further perhaps than the vessels sent by Italy, Spain, and Greece, in that it actually came with aid provided by the Red Crescent for Gaza and donated aid to the Global Summit Flotilla. Can you tell us, about that? How did that come about? How much aid was provided, and was that well received by the Turkish delegation as an act of grace by the Turkish government?
Yeah, it has not been confirmed the amount of the aid, but the thing that, as from my understanding, is it wasn't expected what we were wanting from the Turkish government. So the aid, the distribution aid to the global smooth flotilla, anyone, any civic society can do it. So we expect more from the governments to pressurize on Israel, such as supporting the smooth flotilla till Gaza with navies. But unfortunately, they are just stepping in with only supporting, basic aid process. We appreciate for that. We are not undermining, their efforts, but we don't see as, enough support for the mission.
Now, a question that I would also love to put to you is to do with the safety of Turkish participants on board. I trained alongside many Turkish participants, and we had on our boat Turkish participants. And something that was made very clear to all of us was that historically, Turkish participants have often faced the most violent treatment by the Israeli military on missions such as these. Would you agree, or was it part of your assessment that Turkish participants on the global Samud flotilla would potentially be some of the most at risk, particularly tonight during this phase of interception?
We don't have a clear evidence to speak about this, but what we think is that I think because of the facing the Mavi Marmara situation, that some of the Turkish nations were trying to eliminate or attack the Israelis because they were believing that they are in international waters, so no one has right to stop them. They were trying to not let them in, and they were brutally attacked and shot by Israeli, occupation forces. So this made international delegations to be a bit worried and to be afraid of the Turkish delegations. I think this is the reason what we have faced through this education.
Yeah, just for anyone watching who isn't aware of the full context behind that, in 2010 there was a similar civilian humanitarian flotilla that was intercepted by Israel, and on one of the boats, the Mavi Marmara, there was a violent escalation in which 10 individuals, 10 of the humanitarians on board the Mavi Marmara, were killed by Israeli forces, and I believe 9 out of 10 of them were Turkish. I was also sort of thinking in the back of my mind of the Conscience ship earlier this year in May, which was attacked in a drone attack off the coast of Malta, and that led to the end of the mission, premature end of the mission, when the boat caught fire. I also believe that most of those on board at that time during that attack were Turkish participants. That's I suppose the risk of escalation and of violence. And when we look at the days ahead, as these individuals are abducted by Israel and taken into Israeli custody, can you just talk us through what measures are in place to protect the Turkish people who are detained by Israel? What diplomatic or consular measures are in place from the Turkish government, and what individual protective measures are in place thanks to the delegation and to the global Samud flotilla?
Yeah, I think from the first attack till now, I've joined many TVs live. So the main point were to pressurize on government to not only take care of the Turkish people, but to also globally put pressure on Israel and to bring back everyone's to home. So beside that, as Turkish delegations, we organized almost in every city and in districts of Turkey protest. Tonight, right now, it still goes on in Ankara, in the United States Embassy, in Istanbul, Israeli consulate. Thousands of people are protesting and marching now. So we will not non-stop. We'll try and focus on the mission to do pressurize on the government to support the especially Turkish nations, and then to globally allocate everyone to pressurize on Israel to bring everyone back to home. So this is what we can do. We don't have any power as such governments. So as civic society, what we can do is to mobilize and bring people together.
Now, something that we're seeing in several cities around the world right now are protests in reaction against Israel's ongoing illegal interception of the global summer flotilla. I believe that Istanbul is one of the cities in which we're seeing that land mobilization, those protests about the flotilla. Are you aware of this happening, and can you bring us any updates from the protests in Turkey?
Yeah, immediately when the first interception happened, the entire Turkish community were announced to meet at the Israeli consulate in Istanbul and in Ankara, US embassy. So from that moment till now, people are still there shouting and demanding from government to support its own nation, its own people to bring back to home. So the amount, I cannot give you exact number, but it's a huge crowd. So in a very short period of time, it is normally impossible to bring this amount of people together. But because of the Gaza, because of the Palestinian cause, people are non-stop, they are still coming, and the crowd is going to be bigger and bigger. Even I don't think that it's gonna stop till morning. So even from now, the organization are trying to launch new protests in every hours, in prayers. You know, the Friday prayer is coming now. They are planning for every days, every hours, every cities. They don't want to stop the protest. So which is like pressuring the government also to support the mission. I think the government is already in contact with Israel already, because there are some newses on Turkish media also about that.
Mehdi Pertekli, Khalid, unless you have any other questions, I was just.
Yeah, I was just regarding a conversation that I had with different individuals from Turkish delegations, and how they were frustrated regarding the contribution that they were expecting from the officials and Turkish government regarding any kind of individual initiatives or NGOs, and they felt like kind of being lifted to act on their own. Um, how you can explain the reason behind that, and how the kind of the Turkish contribution so far officially is not meeting the same narrative as we can see in the official statements.
Yeah. So look, I mean, when you check the official statements, I can sign in every official statements. They are brilliant, well managed, but it's not like going further. So everyone can make a very nice text. Any journalist you give them, they will make a very perfect text. But the thing is action. So we are looking at the actions. So when it comes to the actions, actions are never meeting with the text that has been written by the presidency. So we appreciate for their talks, for their you know um, announcements or whatever they are doing, but we also expect some actions from the government to go. It's not acceptable. No one is satisfied with the talk anymore. So that's basically what I think and what the Turkish community are thinking about that. So we expect more, not only from Turkey, the entire Muslim leaders, European leaders. Unfortunately, they are like silent. They just talk and almost zero actions. And this is going to be very bad history in the time. They will be responsible for that, and people are voting for them will also be responsible, I believe.
Thank you so much, Mahdi, for your time with us today.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank you. Matilda was doing great work. I need to appreciate her work. I met her. I did an interview also with me in Tunis.
We did. We
Yeah.
had an interview in Tunis, what feels like many lifetimes, many
Very
lifetimes
much.
ago now.
Great
But
work, guys. Thank you very much
Yeah.
for your effort.
Thank
it's
you,
been
Mahdi.
great to have
Thank
you
you.
again. Thank you so much, Mehdi.
Thanks. Bye bye.
We're going to go to the boat feed, see if we can get any audio coming through, see if we can learn anything from any of the audio coming through, and we'll be back in just a few short minutes. Do stay with us and do keep watching what is happening with the flotilla. I fear that the longer this goes on, the fewer eyes there will be on the flotilla.
going to feel like an immigrant. Dying on the deck.
You feel like immigrant, eh? Why, my dear, why you come to Israel looking for work? Looking for a job? You go to Europe, to Canada.
Really? You got a South African and a Mexican on immigrant both here.
Hey Tarek,
Hey
how
man,
are you
how are
doing?
you? I'm
Yeah,
good.
good to see you. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good, man. Busy day.
Yeah, very long night, I guess.
Yeah.
We still have 30 boats to go. Hopefully things goes like just safe, you know.
Hmm.
Luckily, so far we haven't been receiving any kind of reports of any injuries, so hopefully this is the case.
Inshallah, it stays that way.
Is there anything that you can tell us, Tariq? What's the latest overview of the situation unfolding here?
Well, I was on a walk for 15 minutes, so I don't know what changed in the last 15 minutes, but the last thing that I can tell you is that 13 boats so far has been intercepted, with just over 200 participants. Those participants hail from over 36 countries. And right now, it looks like they are still, on their way to Gaza. I think they might be the closest that any flotilla effort has ever been, under 50 nautical miles at this rate.
Yeah.
The spirits are honestly relatively good on these ships, even if in the eyes of danger at the IOF, even with these skunk water cannons that they're being attacked by, I think the majority of people feel really good about the prospects of possibly making it to Gaza.
Can you
Yeah,
just
they
talk
have
us
been
through?
showering with seawater for a while.
Yeah.
Fun fact.
Were you saying something, Matilda?
I was just gonna ask if you could talk us through what the protocol is should these boats get to Gaza, the rate they're moving now, at the distance that they're approaching, and that's something that could be expected to happen in the next 5 hours. That's less time than the interception has been going on for. That when only 13 boats have been intercepted out of 40. So it's looking more and more feasible as a situation. But what would that situation actually look like?
Yeah. Well, that situation would look like partnering with NGOs on the ground and trying to figure out what that distribution system would look like, how to get this aid to the people in need, how to achieve not only that, but also maintain this, global influence that we've had to encourage our political leaders to make sure that we are not the last to arrive on those shores, to open that humanitarian corridor, and tell our political leaders that we're sick and tired of them allowing Israel to continue with this genocide and this blockade with impunity. I think it is an incredible thing to have to even weigh the fact that, like, okay, this is happening now. What are the logistics to do it? And I think those conversations are happening as we speak.
Yeah, although I also, I suppose, want to emphasize that I feel as though the closer these boats reach the shores of Gaza, perhaps the more dangerous the situation becomes, because Israel has very clearly and repeatedly indicated they do not intend to allow these boats to reach the shores of Gaza. And I'm sorry, I have to admit, on an individual level, I am feeling quite emotional about this, because there are people on these boats who I was expecting to be on these boats with, and yeah, they are imminently approaching the coast of Gaza, and they are surrounded by humongous naval vessels, and I worry that that window for a measured and de-escalatory interception to take place is getting narrower. And Israel has been very clear that they don't want these boats to reach the shores of Gaza. And I'm just wondering if concerns are increasing about the safety of these vessels, because the longer this goes on, the more I think people will probably get tired and want to dip out or go to bed. But it may be the case that it becomes ever more important to keep eyes on the flotilla.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It is absolutely more dangerous the closer that they get. And I think, it's so interesting as we have this conversation moments ago, right? Hope, happiness, joy, all up there, right? You bring up these very realistic, very real concerns about the danger escalating. Sorry for the thumbs up. You bring up the danger escalating, and then immediately you kind of switch back onto, oh gosh, okay, what's the reality? What's the danger? How many people are going to get hurt, right? This is an emotion and a roller coaster of emotions that Palestinians in the diaspora and all throughout Gaza are very, very familiar with. You have these ideas and these moments of being very, very hopeful, and then you're met with reality. Something awful happens, split second, and you're back to like on the ground. And one thing that we have to recognize is that sorry, I'm the emotional train. You're making me emotional. No, it's fine. It's fine. I think we have to acknowledge that all of this violence and all of the things that makes our hope go away is at the hands of a genocidal ethno state that is breaking international law. And we have to hold on to the hope that drives us, the hope that continues to allow us to think of what a blockade, ending the blockade means. We have to continue holding on to the hope of what does it mean to actually like create a humanitarian corridor, because that's the thing that keeps us going. And I think everyone on this mission does know exactly what they signed up for. And should it get more dangerous, I think that just proves to the world exactly how complacent they are in allowing Israel to commit war crime after war crime after war crime, especially considering that Israel has repeatedly told us exactly what they plan to do.
And then you directed our attention there to Palestinian emotions. And when it comes to the arrival of the Global Summit Flotilla, we have seen videos, we have seen messages from Palestinians in Gaza with high hopes that the flotilla would reach the shores of Gaza. And so, yes, while on the one hand, there may be this added concern that the closer these boats get, the greater the danger therein, there is also the case that hope for Palestinians who've been waiting on the shores of Gaza for the arrival of this flotilla is increasing as well.
Mm-hmm. It's a double-edged sword. I think it's one of the most prime examples of a double-edged sword. And we also want to take a look at not just the impact that the flotilla has and the options and the possibilities of what it means to actually arrive on shore, but we have to look at what's happening around the world, in Italy, in Spain, in Germany, all the people rising against the leaders that have allowed this genocide to happen. This is bigger than the flotilla. This is something that I feel like is so critical that we remind people, especially, I think, we've been working on this for weeks, months, right? And one of the things that we constantly have to remind people that this is bigger than just the flotilla mission. This is about ending the genocide. And bigger than that, it's about ending Israel's apartheid. And what's happening all around the world has never happened at a scale of this level before. And so I think we have to remind the people that this is not about the flotilla. This is about the people of Gaza, the people of Palestine, and recognizing that our leaders are complicit in allowing what's happened to the people of Palestine happen to them.
Now, you said something earlier. You said we've got to think about what this really means to set up a humanitarian corridor to Gaza. And you're right in pointing out that everyone on this mission, as risky as it is, and as risky as it's increasingly becoming by the minute, they have contemplated what their decision to be on board means. But a question I've had a lot when talking about this is what does it actually mean to set up a humanitarian corridor to Gaza? Could you just explain for people listening what that actually means, that goal of the flotilla, and what that actually looks like?
Yeah. When I think about what a humanitarian corridor looks like, it means that nations recognize that the time to end complicity is finally here, and the time to send as much aid as possible to the people of Gaza is also here. And that means if Israel and Egypt aren't going to open the borders, the Rafah borders, and if Israel isn't going to open any of the other borders around Gaza, then that means it is up to the nations to continue to send these fleets, to continue to send these vessels. It's up to Italy and Spain to hold their word, protect the people that they said that they were going to protect and not leave them behind because they think it's too dangerous. It's time for them to use those fleets to bring the aid to the people of Gaza. And then hopefully more NGOs and more organizations will realize, oh, this is possible. It started. How can we contribute and how can we keep that going?
Mm-hmm. So I know that the Global Summer Flotilla feed is now rotating between the boats that are still going. And as we have said repeatedly on this show, I think that there are only 13 boats that are confirmed intercepted. However, the feed coming through is only showing and has only shown for the last, I don't know, hour, half an hour or so, 4 boats or only a few boats. Does that mean that there's a lot of boats that we've lost contact with? We haven't had confirmed interception, but we have lost contact with them.
My dog was barking at the most critical moment. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
I was asking about, I suppose, the maybe the margin for error when it comes to this number of boats that have been intercepted. Because while we only have 13 confirmed interceptions, there are a lot of boats by now with whom I believe the flotilla has lost contact. We're not getting any CCTV feed, and I can't get through to anyone on board. How many boats have we lost contact with, or can you give us a sort of ballpark figure?
I don't have the ballpark figure at the top of my head of what ships that we have lost contact with, but I do know that that is one of the things that we take into account when we go and trying to figure out, okay, is a ship, or have they been intercepted? One of the things that I think we are also trying to do is we're trying to make sure that we work with our legal team, Adalah, to make sure that they keep track of all the people that Israel takes in. And they're constantly like in contact with those lawyers as well. And so if we cannot, confirm visually or through connection whether or not like we have contact with those boats, hopefully, because we've been doing this for a long time, we have been working with Adalah since before these last few days. We'll have some more insight into if more participants have been abducted.
Okay, that's great to know. And Tariq, I think what we're going to do here at Middle East Eye is take a pause, leave the feed up with the audio on. We will have alerts set up in case there is any kind of sign of escalation or anything that needs immediate attention. And we will come straight back on with the commentary. And if you're around, Tariq, we'd love to get you back on. If the situation demands for it.
Can I say one more thing before we go?
Yeah.
I want to take this moment to send a message to all of the civilians all over the world, every single person that's watching these feeds, every single person who knows someone who's watching these feeds. This is happening because of people like you. This is happening. This is history in the making, and it's happening because of people like you. The people on these boats, they are not activists. They are not professionals. They are teachers and mothers and fathers and grandmothers and musicians. And what is needed more than ever right now is for the world to stand up against this systemic injustice and fight back against the leaders that let this genocide happen. Because if they let it happen to Palestinians, who's to say that they won't let it happen to you? So the one thing that I will say is take this as an opportunity to recognize your own power, because the only way that this world is going to change is if you change it. And that's all I'll say.
Well, thank you. Thank you
so much, Tariq.
Closing words.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And for everyone watching, keep watching. The feed will stay live. And as soon as there's any urgent requirement, we will be back on with the commentary as well.
Bueno, mira, tiene el error que ya por la cipote del no mucho. do? We don't know. We don't have the most phone. Please, tell us that. Don't want to hear. Εκεί κι άλλος τρώει νεράτερα, αφού. Εντάξει, είμαστε εντάξει τώρα. Στάζουμε σαν τα παπιά έχουμε γίνει. Αλλά είχαμε να κάνουμε μπάνιο πολλές μέρες, οπότε εντάξει. Μπάνιο τώρα, εντάξει τώρα αυτό δεν είναι. Έρχεται κάποιο εδώ, πάλι με νερά. Βρέχει κάποιο άλλο. Πιο μικρό. Γεια σας, κοίτα λίγο σε παρακάτω. Το πρώτο παιχνίδι εδώ, θα προσπαθήσω εγώ να κοιτάξεις εκεί. Δεξιά σου. Το που ζούμε εδώ μπροστά. Εσύ κλείσε το steam line. Θα πάω. Το steam line. Το steam line. Από κάτω προς τα πάνω. Ποιος είναι το Άμστερνταμ? Είδατε κάποιος να πάει soft, με μοτοριστό. Αν δεν κομμάτω 5 κόμμα, δηλαδή δεν πάω. Όχι, φαίνεται. Φαίνεται πάνω, κοίτα πάνω εκεί. Δεν μπορώ να. Να μην έχει κλειστεί. Δεν φάνηκε ότι θα μπορεί να καταλάβει και δεν δεν βλέπουν τα νερά που τρέχει από πίσω. Κατεβάστε πια. Γι' αυτό δεν πας να δικαιώνει. Τι κάνετε τώρα. Δεν με στα κάνει. Άντε ρίξτε. Περιμένω λίγο να πάμε πιο μακριά. Δεν θέλω να με βλέπουν. Εντάξει, δεν έχουν φύγει. Ρε μαλάκα, εσύ όντως δεν καίγεται τώρα εμόρις από αυτό. Όχι, όχι, όχι. Και είμαι πολύ ευαίσθητος αυτά. Εγώ στις πορείες και στις δεκά το γνωρίζω αυτά τα χιλιόμετρα. Γι' αυτό το λέω. Γιατί τώρα το έφαγα. Ναι, δεν είναι το ίδιο. Είναι άλλο πράγμα. Ρε φίλε, μείνει στα χέρια. Αυτό έχει... Όχι, είμαστε πάνω μου, ατομικά. Εσύ, δεν είσαι άλλο. Και πάνε πάνω μας. Δεν ξέρω, αλλά αυτό, άμα διάβασες τα άλλα, δεν ήταν τίποτα.
Ξημέρα βρεμένα έξω, οπότε έχω ξαναπάω μέσα.
Τι να τα κάνετε να πεις. Έχω στο πήγε θα μας στο φυλακή. Δεν φυλακή. Εγώ νομίζω ότι θα μας πούν να φύγουν. Δεν θα φύγουμε, Αλέξη. Να φύγουμε τι θέλεις. Θα αναγκαστούν. Μέρες εδώ να περιμένουν να μας πιάσουν. Όχι, θα πηγαίνουμε προς τη Γάζα και θα μας κάνουν απαγωγή. Αυτό το σενάριο που λες, που λέει πλεύση προς την Κύπρο, δεν είναι clickable. Δεν είναι. Δεν είναι clickable.
documented the first video. I think that the past the global about yes,
Πιστεύουν συνεχώς από τις Ελληνικές δυνάμεις. Έχουμε τις παράσεις. Είναι ρεκόρ, έχει σπάσει. Γίνεται το δεν το παρατάμε. Έχει τις παράσεις. Θα φτιάξεις το ινάο. Έλα τι λέει. Έφυγε τη συμπαράστασή σου, Αναστασία. Στεγνά ρούχα χρειαζόμαστε τώρα, όχι συμπαράσταση. Όχι, εντάξει, και τη συμπαράστασή σου τι θέλουμε. Έχεις καμία πρόταση. Μιλάω. Δικηγόρο μας. Α, δεν έχει πάρει τηλέφωνο. Όχι, μιλάω από την κάμερα και μας γράφει στο ναυτικό μιλοσιόν. Εξημερώσεις θα μας μαζέψει. Κάτι κάνεις στο Ισραήλ, δεν το ξέρει και αυτό. Είσαι μαλάκης, τι θα γίνεις, Μαλάκα, τι κάναμε. Τι κάναμε αυτό το σουρεαλιστικό με τα γύρω-γύρω. Δεν το πιστεύω, αυτό δεν το περίμενα ότι θα γίνει με τίποτα. Όχι, ούτε εγώ, δεν ήταν ένα από το σενάριο. Αυτό θα κάναμε. Και εκεί μόνο ήταν και γράφουμε πώς. Ξεφεύγουμε συνεχώς από τα σκάφη. Είναι πλάκα, ήμουν εδώ και μετά που είπατε τι γίνεται και είπα να το... Παντελώς. Και εκεί μόνο ήταν. Και μετά εσύ, τώρα αυτό που φοράς. Το βίντεο που σου έστειλα τώρα. Δεν στα βίντεο που σου έστειλα. Δεν στα βίντεο. Ναι, αυτό που σου έστειλα στα βίντεο. Εσύ φοράς αθλητικά. Ποιοι φοράς αθλητικά εδώ πέρα. Εγώ. Και πώς είναι τα βρεθήκαμε όλα. Μα πια. Όλα βρεμένα, όλα. Τα δικά μου τα πουθάκια. Άσε ρε Κωνσταντάρη. Δες λίγο βιντεάκι, γιατί έχετε σταματήσει λίγο. Άρα παιδιά. Για να χαλαρώσουμε λίγο. Τέλος πάμε λίγο προς Γάζα. Και εγώ λέω να πάμε προς Γάζα. Άντε πάμε. Τόσους κάπτες. Παιδιά, μισό λίγο, μπορούμε να πάρουμε τα πράγματα λίγο σοβαρά. Είναι έτσι απλό αυτό το πράγμα. Ωραία. Μιλάω αυτή τη στιγμή στο ναυτικό όμιλο. Είμαστε ανοιχτά στο live stream. Επίσης να σας πω έχουμε internet κανονικά. Και εντάξει, οκ, έχει εδώ το σκάφος. Και συζητάω τι προτείνουν να κάνουμε. Αυτή είναι σαν άλλο. Βλέπω ένα άλλο έργο. Για πρωί έχει να μάθουμε τα άλλα σκάφη που είναι τα δικά μου. Αυτό πρωί. Αυτό ρωτάω. Ξέρετε ποιο τα άλλα σκάφη. Ένα πλοίο έχει ξεφύγει και πλησιάζει μια ζαβαλέξη που είναι το Μοχάμεντ Μπαχάρ νομίζω. Τέλειο. 27 μίλια, εντάξει. Θα πέσουν εκεί. Δεν πειράζει τα Ισραήλ. Και εμείς θα μπορούσαμε να ξεφύγουμε πριν. Είμαστε 42. Εμείς ζήσαμε αυτό το σουρεάλ σκηνικό που μας κυνήγαγε το prison boat, το λέγαμε εμείς, αλλά τελικά ήταν άβρα, πλωτή άβρα ήταν αυτό. Το πρώτο boss. Δεν έχει κι άλλα μετά. Το οποίο απλά... Πέρασε την πίστα αυτή. Το οποίο απλά την πέρασε την πίστα. Η Άσον την πέρασε την πίστα, έκανε 2 κύκλους γύρω από το boat, 90 μοίρες αριστερά, το κυκλώσαμε με λοιπούς, ίσα τα μίμη. Τα έχουμε σε βίντεο αυτά, ρε, τα γαμάτα. Τα έχουμε αυτά, αυτά σου λέω να δεις βίντεο. Εκεί που κάναμε και 4 μαζί αναστροφή, αυτά τα έχουμε. Ναι, αυτό τότε ήταν. Γιατί δεν έχω ίντερνετ γαμώτα. Για δες μια βιντεάκι. Έτσι, κι αν μείνετε στο Μπουγγέλο, καλά λέει ο σύντροφος εδώ από την Αθήνα. Μας είδαμε Μπουγγέλο, τι είχαμε. Δεν μας είδαμε Μπουγγέλο, τι είχαμε να πιέσουν τώρα και έτσι μας ρωτάνε να κάνουμε μια ανταπόκριση, ρε παιδί μου. Δεν το έχουνε, λέει, σε βίντεο όλο αυτό το πράγμα. Το έχουνε. Ποιο να το έχουν, ποιος ξέρει. Δεν είχαμε ίντερνετ, ρε, εκείνη την ώρα. Όλη την ώρα του Μπουγγέλου δεν είχαμε ίντερνετ καθόλου. Εγώ από την Αθήνα. Τα συντρόφια λένε μου λοχτά, τσούκου τσούκου, βάλτε μπρος και τσούκου τσούκου πάμε. Εντάξει, έγινε. Εντάξει, πολλά. Μαλάκα, άμα ο άλλος ήταν άνθρωπος, θα σου λέγε εντάξει, καλά τα πήγες. Άμα ήταν εδώ, να στο πήρε, φίλε. Τι είναι αυτό τώρα? Εντάξει, σαν να είναι εδώ είναι όλες αυτές. Όχι, δεν είναι σαν να είναι εδώ, ρε φίλε. Δεν είναι εδώ. Είναι εκεί. Εσύ είσαι εδώ.
Ξαναλέω κανονικά, θα πρέπει να ζητήσουμε συγγνώμη.
Τώρα να είναι ο άλλος εκεί για να σου λέει τσούκου τσούκου συντάξει. Εγώ ρώτησα, ρε. Εγώ ρώτησα τη γνώμη του. Τη γνώμη του μας λένε τα παιδιά, δεν μας λένε τι να κάνουμε. Ο σύντροφος που το λέει και άμα απομακρυνθούν, πατάς κουμπί και προχωράς, είναι πάρα πολύ υπεύθυνος άνθρωπος και δεν το λέει. Δεν το λέει τύπου κάντε αυτό, λέει τη γνώμη του επειδή εγώ του τη ζήτησα.
Μαρίνα,
Mohammed Bahar just went offline. Εντάξει, δεν σημαίνει κάτι αυτό.
μπορώ να πάρω μια απόφαση αν δεν είναι επικοινωνία.
Όχι, να βρούμε τα σκάφη μας για μένα.
Αυτό εννοώ, να κινήσουμε αυτούς και με το στήριο.
Αυτό μου τους παίζεις.
Το κόβολο δεξιά μου, το μεγάλο πλοίο. Το κόβολο δεξιά. Θα βάλουμε τώρα μου δύο πλοία. Για μην παραξενεύεστε που γελάμε. Προσπαθούμε να σπάσουμε λίγο αυτή τη χώρα που έπεσε τον ουρανό με νερό. Φέρε μία το Anchor Light. Έλα να ρίξω μια άγκυρα στα 3.000 τώρα.
I know, but look. They have been hunting us for 2 or 3 hours, okay? So at some point, water, you know, like water and whatever else, gas or something.
Εντάξει, κοιτάμε.
We are pissing them off. So it's not anymore going. So yeah, we don't surrender. So do you think that this is a hostile energy?
Τα καλά για να σκιστική. Το μιλήσανε τον ήχο, παιδιά, μιλήστε ελεύθερα. Όχι, ρε, πώς θα μίλαγε. Μιλάς τηλεόραση, τα έλεγες. Μας πέσανε στα λίμμα, μας έριξαν κανένα νερό και μας έσκησαν το κάλυμα. Το spray hood. Το προστατευτικό κάλυμα.
Who is ahead?
Είναι Φλωριάννα πίσω που μας έσκησαν.
Adagio. Okay, so Adagio is going.
Δεν μας είπε, μας που γέλασαν, μην πεις μας έσκησαν το spray hood.
And what do you think? Like, we should just go? Yeah? It's not... Because I'm thinking that if they come...
Εγώ αν δεν κάτω, όλες υποστηρίζουν τον καπετάνιο, ό,τι και να κάνει. Έχεις ο καπετάνιος του Μουζίνα, δεν πειράζει, έχεις ο καπετάνιος του Μουζίνα. Δεν πειράζει, έχεις το πιάζα, είναι ο καπετάνιος. Ναι, μαλάκα, ακριβώς, χαίρομαι το καπετάνιο. Ναι, ακριβώς, σε όλα μαλάκα. Ποιος έκλεισε. Πόσες γάμες έχω κάνει αυτό και δεν γιατί όμως τυχαία δεν πιστεύεις, δεν είναι τυχαία.
Okay, we'll try, okay? Okay, bye. So, να σας πω λιγάκι τι λέει, μετά να δείτε το βίντεο.
Ναι. Καλό.
Λοιπόν, μπορούμε να συνεχίσουμε λιγάκι πιο σοβαρά.
Θέλω να μας πει κάτι Κλεονίκη. Ακούμε. Ακούμε τώρα.
Λοιπόν, ο Σαΐς παρόλα αυτά, δηλαδή εγώ δεν το προέβλεπα, λέει αν νιώθουμε δυνατοί να φύγουμε, να πάμε προς Γάζα. Γιατί το κάνει ήδη το αντάτζιο, είναι στα 27-24 miles.
Ναι, το είπατε.
Αυτό. Με αυτή την έννοια.
Ο Σαΐς ποιος είναι? Είναι αυτός που leader.
Αλλά ο οποίος δεν είναι εδώ,
Ναι, και κατηγορείται για Χαμάς. Καλά τώρα, και ο Πάρης.
Παιδιά, μην τα πολιτισλώνουμε όλα τα θέματα.
Όχι, και ο Πάρης κατηγορείται.
Ο Γουάελ έχει σχέση, όχι ο...
Ο γειτονάς μου.
Λοιπόν, πρέπει να συνεχίσουμε με τα άλλα ελληνικά σκάφη και να πάρουμε μια αυτόνομη απόφαση.
Δεν έχουμε επικοινωνία με τα άλλα ελληνικά σκάφη.
Εφόσον έχουμε ίντερνετ, μπορεί να καταφέρουμε να συνεχίσουμε.
Δεν απαντάνε στο ναυτικό όμιλο.
Ωραία, το τελευταίο που μου ζήτησε είναι ό,τι και να κάνουμε, είτε συνεχίσουμε είτε όχι, είτε παραδοθούμε, αν μπορούμε να βγάλουμε ένα μικρό βιντεάκι και να το στείλουμε. Θα το βγάλει παντού διεθνώς.
Έχει βγάλει το Μάρτιο του Γκάζα αυτός.
Ναι, αν θέλετε να βάλετε στατιστικά.
Τι να πούμε. Λοιπόν, σταματήστε να μιλάτε. Σταματήστε να ξέρετε, παίζει το live story στο τηλέφωνο. Εντάξει, απλά σας το λέω.
Δεν θα συνεννοηθούμε.
Να συνεννοηθούμε, έλα να συνεννοηθούμε. Πάμε ψηφιακά. Εγώ λέω να το σταματήσουμε.
Ο Άλεξ ψηφίζει να
εγώ για την αρχή να σταματήσουμε. Ναι, ρε φίλε, σταματήσαμε. Για μένα το τράβηξα πολύ παραπάνω.
Η αλήθεια είναι ότι πάρα πολύ.
We have an Israeli boat that is really next to us, so we cannot move because there is this Israeli boat that is next to us.
Two, actually, we have two boats. Two, actually. This one is what?
Yeah, that was a good question. I didn't think that one through. I should take in some loans out. Yes, that was partly my idea. Yeah, but you know, the American. But I've seen like when we went places. Thinking I'd like 30,000 bucks. But not for 90, not for 120. I didn't do that, and I said, no, I've done that. I take very good care of it. I was furious. I was furious. lo permise. Il signal.
casa.
Cannon. There were military vessels, also intercepted two other boats. Now they are taking people off of those boats. They've made them now the bow, and they're taking them to the. They haven't put us on the bow. We've thought about trying to get away, but it doesn't feel possible. I think we might be the last boat to be intercepted. Maybe you maybe intercepted. See now, there's 1, 3, 4 vessels, and maybe I can see this is what they are, like 6, 7, 8, and maybe 9 in total around us. 8, 7, 8. But can you understand? We don't know. We don't know. The ones near us were blocked. We were blocked. No, the ones were outnumbered. We have more boats than blocked us. We don't know where the other ones are. Maybe some made a break for it. Maybe some made a break up on the. Maybe they're still pressure. What right now? There's one more boat that is ours, the flotilla. People are being taken off that boat. And then apart from that, there's like 1, 2, couple, 3 small rigs, like iOS dinghy. And then there's 2 naval vessels. Any minute now to us. And we've been on a really long way for hours. Long way for 4 hours. Run. 4 hours.
Siamo ambedue sulla finestra.
On location. I mean, I've worked as a freelance, everything was in Arabic.
one there, on that. I don't know if there's any, that's what I've looked at, far one. There's no one there, No, it says, I'm looking for, yeah, there's another green one there as well. I want to see if they're mains or if there's, the jet over there, Sure, I can fly because we can fly it in like wind, Yeah. I got her up there now. She's above the rail, Paddy. Say, very, very late. Very late. Scary.
Attention, ils vont juste passer à côté de nous et... Attendez, juste de voir s'ils s'arrêtent.
We will get it in 3 days.
Mayday, right? Is it Mayday? Yeah. Do you think any passing traffic would pick us up? That's what it's supposed to be. phone the boat like with the dinghy, you know. Like,
that would be the most hilarious thing ever. Steve, that would be the most hilarious thing ever. But there's a boat there.
I don't know what that dinghy called.
There's a boat there.
Is it cargo ship?
I mean, the cargo ship.
Where is our dinghy, John? I thought it was a dinghy. Oh, that was
We don't have
that
a
was on the other boat.
Yeah, we
That was
don't
on
have a
Luna Fair. From both sides. I don't know what boat I'm on. That was on Luna Fair. The one I mentioned the other night. There was a hare.
There's the small cargo ship.
I'm still interested in EPIRB rescues, yeah.
When we're sending the private ship there.
I think we should keep going and just wait till the wind
We
right.
don't have a choice.
We're going.
Honestly, we
We're
really
only
don't have a
66
choice.
miles. Waiting for idea everything.
We don't have a choice of. We have one choice on the table at the moment, which is continue as is.
Yeah.
Right? They're busy working out an option of who do we call for Mayday if we don't stop moving at all. That becomes an option once they figured out that solution. But right now, the only option is to just trot on like a tortoise.
Yeah.
We don't have any other option. We're not even moving ourselves. We're just moving with the wind.
Sleep sunbathe. Or we certainly won't be putting over there. Start getting used to socks and long pants after being in shorts for so long.
Yeah, look.
We're getting nice stormy weather all the time. We'll be closer into nothing for the next few days. Like, going out to nothing at all. Like, it's going to be like a pond in 2 days' time.
What's that line from
Night knows, Johnny.
How do you
10 to 4. 10 to 4.
The ancient mariner, as idle as a painted ship on the painted ocean.
Maybe I misunderstood. I thought yesterday the boat instructors to stay here.
No, they asked us to go east towards Ashdod. They wanted to go, but we are going
told us sail west or sail east.
They told us.
Yeah, they told us to go east, and we said we are going east. We were going east either way, but no. They just wanted us to continue in
just being helpful, like showing us the way to Gaza.
Yeah, go to Gaza.
Oh, okay.
Same as going to Israel. Ashdod. They want us to go to Ashdod.
Ashdod is just to the left.
Yeah. I mean, but the same direction.
Yeah, same.
But we don't continue.
Okay.
But we don't continue.
No, we're going. We're going slowly, very slowly. We're just going very slowly.
You know, we are moving just because the wind is so slow.
Yeah.
Like we are doing moving. Okay.
No, we're moving at 1.5 to 2 knots, which is going to take us to the beach to Sophia.
Okay. Yeah, we don't put our anchor. I mean, that's with the low number of wind.
No, that's anchoring. No good. The anchor here, the bottom is so far down. There's no anchoring, and we don't have to anchor. Moving very slowly east.
Not anchor. Perfectly fine.
We don't want to anchor.
Do not put it in anything. Manufactured here.
And this is not the international water anymore, isn't it?
No, but this is international waters. But yeah, Egyptian territorial waters are way over that direction. Israel just stopped us in international waters. What is it?
I don't know.
I mean, Okay. What are you looking for? A picnic. Huh? Little picnic, yes. Mohammed. Oh, Mohammed, this. Oh, yes. Let me see, Shit. She also. Yeah. Based on already. Somebody on the. Yes, so, microphone, he said, can you please come to the microphone? Wally, can you repeat that? We know we're the last boat. We haven't physically witnessed much, to be honest. We haven't physically witnessed much, to be honest. We did have a boat, an IOF vessel, approach us in the middle of the night. I would say around, was it 2 a.m.? Yeah. Around 2 a.m. They did have lights on us. They did communicate via VHS with us and told us they an Israeli a warship. We told them that we come in peace. We're on a humanitarian mission. They said to us they want us to go east. We told them that we have no engine and we are sailing and we are headed east, and they left. That's the last time we've seen or heard from them or anything in our range. All the comms we're getting is via signal from the situation room. That's how we're getting updated with everything. But otherwise, we don't see anything around us other than that. everybody. Send some wind.
Thank you, Wally. We're hoping that we reach Gaza. We hope they'll.
Everybody's back at the same time. Organize a
Rebecca says that the road confirmation if the people have been taken or if they are waiting on the vessel. Oh, that's the
video. No. Oh, no, no. I think that's it. Yeah. You get up there? Yeah. I think so. I don't think it would have made much of a difference anyway, but we'll try it. Kick it there. Yeah. Yep. We're slow, like we're going. Yeah.
Walaupun telah jadi sempurna, kami akan menyempurnakannya sampai
What the? Right off our stop. See another one of ours on the map.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bantuan berasal banyak InsyaAllah mana-mana yang berminat untuk menyumbang teruslah pergi ke laman web bangkit dan jangan putus-putus untuk membantu bagi yang berkemampuan tak mampu sila insyaAllah.
It's to the south.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya menyeru kepada semua ayah Nabi dan khususnya, ayo sama-sama kita bersolidariti pada hari ini dan doakan kami semoga kami selamat semua dan yang tak kena lagi doa supaya kami sampai ke bumi Gaza insyaAllah. Ayo kita lama-lama pergi ke Masjid Rushina dan ini insyaAllah. Takbir Allah.
Join with us. 14 out.
Vessel approaching us. Nine ways, the rest.
I don't know if you were watching before, but we got cut off to the side. My phone comes on. So we're continuing. What's the point? We're going passing a little bit. Now engine starting to see the first signs of disagreement. mornings around about 20 past 8. Don't expect to see visitors several hours. We're quite a bit back behind the group. Pretty much everyone at the front is represented. Very calm sea, a little bit of wind, and we're getting a bit of assistance from the wind. We're close to doing about 6 knots an hour, and most of that's coming from the engine. The lifecraft there, that old tire we got in Crete. We have enough places to dock up with Crete for people. They were nice at first, then they tried to stop us leaving. It's that tire. We took it as a souvenir.
Biliyorum ama çok zamanım yok.
Couple of weeks now, and yesterday, assistant Turkish cargo ship, cargo ship. Got a few bumps though. Definitely some repairs to be done. When we were late yesterday, the organisation really well done. Organisation said, look, maybe you're not going to get here in time. Now that our motor features, our motor stuff working, 12 hours straight. They said that maybe just go to the ports like Cyprus or Alexandria and join the next flotilla, because this is not the front. This is not the only one. There's several flotillas. One of the options presented to us yesterday was maybe just go to the port. Amazing. Motor almost in the last 2 weeks gone solidly for the last 12 hours. Like I said, conservative traits there.
Bizim dediğim gibi yaklaşık 55 milimiz var. Bu yüzden Cenab-ı Hak bizi umutla bekleyen, bizim onları umutla, sabırsızlıkla beklediği Gazze'mize yani orada hem saldırı alanından kurtulan gemiler hem de biz ulaşmış olalım. Şu anda ilerleyişimiz devam ediyor. Elhamdülillah problemimiz yok. İkinciden sonra yoğun bir drone vardı. Şu an gayet sakin. Yani etrafımızda ticari gemilerden başka bir şey yok. İlerleyişimiz de devam ediyor.
close all the communication systems with our batteries. So not to start the motor, and so we had to let it recharge and take everything offline. Turkish Navy, when we got the new battery, we popped back up with comms. They checked in, and a lot of countries these days in the last few days have been saying, look, to their participants, stop the mission, get off it. A lot of countries and governments have been saying, take the aid and leave it in Cyprus. Israel will distribute it and things like this. The Turkish Navy didn't do that. They just said, you guys okay? We said, yeah. They said, well, do you need anything? We said, no. They said, well, off you go. Get on your way. If you need anything, we'll be here. That was fabulous support. I think the Turkish merchant and the Turkish Navy itself, they all remember the Mavi Marmara back in 2010, and I think governments support, say they support the Turkish Navy and the Turkish merchant Navy. Very strong support. Starting to hear a couple of warbles from our engine again. That's all right. If we need to stop and bleed it, we will. Sometimes it needs a rest. About 6.5 knots. Better winds yesterday, the day before we had 14, 15 knots. The day before that, 20 knots. Very uncomfortable. Particularly down in the galley here, rocking around. Smash your head and thrown all over. But it gives us speed. We're getting 7, 8 knots. Right, I'm going to shut down now. Thank you all. I'm going to shut down now and just get on. Did I hear the latest? Yes, there is that. God bless you. God bless you all as well. Oh, I will be safe. Very safe seas, that's for sure. Very easy sailing today. Things like drop off the so right, good to see you all. can see like smoke like in from a chimney. Exactly. Amazing. Packed it up yesterday afternoon, started. We are much closer. Understand that 25 ships have been quite one of them. We're pressing for 12 ratings in the sunshine here. And our little engine is just. What is the protest happening? It's been so unreliable in the last. What can you see, Diego? I don't think it's as far as I can see, it's not a sailing boat, but it's high. Okay, but that sounds a bit like a warship. Or a crane boat, like yesterday. A crane boat? Like yesterday was a crane boat, right? Container? Yeah, like a crane, like a cow. Okay. Like a cow. Okay, I'll get it. I just opened that. I just opened it. Anybody want to see it? I want to top off. She is coming over towards us. Direction. It's a waypoint. It looks as if it's coming in this direction. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely is. C'est bon, on a le boss. Je vais y aller. As soon as really washed up. Same one. Just clearly there's a new for party as well. say she'd come around there stern, come over starboard side. I'd say it's 100% of worship.
Same one.
Only she going to the one that's sustainable. There's one more record tape. No, she's way back, yeah. That's where they're probably going.
No. Checking on our program. Yeah.
They're not coming out of the woods. She's going straight down her port side. Good job.
Bearing and trying to build competition.
Now, I didn't take out that key couple of minutes ago when how it came out was beyond me. I didn't go near all the doing.
Please, can we throw it out? Thank you. No. Oh, yeah. So we have to break it up outside of there now. Go outside and do it because you're going to get all splinters in here and some of the walking with their feet.
Outside the cop. Saying outside there. That should be done out there, yes.
Any classes? Anything else we can do, man?
Sit and wait.
You just roll up the boat with the rest of the rubbish. Leave it up the boat. Yeah. You get trending. Yeah, leave it as it is. Put it on something like the rubbish. Yeah. Israeli warship over there. There's an Israeli warship just over there. And
can you see it?
Yeah, looks like a roll up. Let's put on. Only spot like moving. Are you moving the camera, Wally? Your phone. You're gone over it.
As soon as we were coming alongside us, I came over towards it when the crash brake went to the brake light.
Yeah.
Just before that, I threw it over.
Someone's picking up on that.
These three and four. It's not four.
Oh, there's probably four.
There's someone that's two. As a matter of fact, I think Diego's two and one of the lads is two. We can five. Won't be any more messages, that's what I said.
On one good thing. You're doing well. Amazing. As you know. Start on the last hour. He's really happy.
I backed them. Yeah, I took meds this morning. I took insulin. Yeah.
We indicated. We were too far south in that line. Large on me. There.
Which one?
Yeah, yes, it didn't use.
You serious?
Control up there, pedal. Sure, play.
Find out how far man made us away. You see that GPS next to you there on your right or behind your head? The Garmin. Take a photograph of that, the coordinates on that.
What's the marine look like? Is it any bigger than this?
No, I think so.
I'm not familiar with those. I've hardly seen many of them. I've only seen a few of them on actually.
Should be well able. Most better, like.
Which?
Should be well able.
Those
guys together.
10 hours sailing away.
10 hours, they will catch up with us.
Them make it blowing by then. Yeah, sure. Good. They're coming to us, so yeah?
Yeah, they are. They're heading towards us at 6 knots. They estimate 10 hours.
60 miles away.
65, yeah, 65 miles away.
Oh.
That's the fucking warship, isn't it?
Later they take free willy in.
Yeah, they accept free willy.
So what is it? 20 boats, is it?
21 confirmed. And there's about 12.
51 confirmed.
21 confirmed, and there's about 12 that they feel were intercepted but don't have like proof that they were intercepted.
The 30 include us.
That's until 21, is it?
21 confirmed.
Plus 12
Plus 12.
suspected. This is nearly up. How many of them left, so?
No.
Yeah, we might drift there in time.
Impressed by our speed, or maybe is impressed by our speed and decided to leave.
Or they just wanted to check. They'll come back again.
Yeah.
Should learn enough there from other boats anyway, from where they are now. Like. A lot of people to be processed in like 500.
So very good. Thanks.
Alright, you want to let me? Let me. And I was 50.
Are you sure? I don't want to inconvenience.
And had to come back to MBC because I'm waiting for my relationship to come here.
You're waiting for your?
Relationship.
Your relationship?
I will never bring you that.
You think they're coming?
No.
Huh? They left us.
They never left Malacca State. How can they want to come here?
They left us.
Oh, we're getting up a break. We get 2 knots. We'll be there 30 hours, right? So Always look on the bright side. And if not, there's a bit of wind next Wednesday. Wind's coming. Wednesday is what, Thursday, Friday? Thursday.
What do you still think? Okay, we can pray Jumu'ah in Gaza tomorrow.
You wish, my friend. You wish. You're going to be praying Jummah in Ashdod. In your presence house. On this road. I wish we could be going at 6 knots.
That no, 6 knots an hour and a chicken.
Chicken would be nice.
I was even dreaming of chicken last night.
Have you ever had Nando's?
Nando's, yeah.
That's what I said.
The Mexican.
Yeah, Portuguese. It's a South African brand.
South African brand?
Yeah, Nando's in South Africa.
Yeah, Nando's in Prague.
Yeah, you do have lots of Nando's.
That wouldn't be gone on their food though.
I feel
Round over.
There's not people.
nothing. The only person that's going to contact us is the warship. Nobody else is going to contact us. Because all the other ships are there.
Flotilla, fair ladies, men over.
Is anybody else there?
Yeah. The wind go for 3 knots now.
There's a little bit of a breeze there now. We're moving on a bit faster, right?
Yeah.
I don't know, Paddy. I don't see anything.
I know we are. I can see it there in the trail behind us. We're going at warp speed now, 2 knots.
Already intercepted that.
Yeah, she's heading off.
How much they sounded
Who's cooking? Zeke cooking.
some traditional that by flow. And just, I don't know, in English it's like pancake. It's a Malay version.
Without eggs.
Huh?
Pancake without eggs.
Yeah.
I don't want eggs.
There's the only camera left in the world, please.
is shifted between sharing and protection.
His phone's gone off, so they may have it on phone. Oh, yeah. There's two phones there. All make it gig on Mama. Mama, anything for Mama, eh? Yeah.
We know he's good. From his point of view, it's like you were coming.
Probably wait till nightfall for us.
You don't think they'll take us in the day?
They'd have?
Yeah, they would be up until a few minutes ago.
Alright. Like so.
did something yesterday. The organisation basically said you're too far out of it. What do you want to do? Do you want to go to Canada or do you want to come and be with support boats? And we said, oh, just try to go in this direction. Unreliable motors for hours. And yes, the back end of the last few boats. And we're thinking that maybe they'll pack up one day and we can sneak into Gaza. Under the radar. I've been saying to the guys here, we'll take out the flags and just go through while everyone's asleep. Nah, they wouldn't do that. Yes, well, we kind of went down on radar around about 15 hours 2 days ago because we had our battery died and we shut down all the circuits to let the battery recover so we could start the motor. And it actually seemed maybe in our direction that seemed we were in trouble. The Turkish Navy deployed a drone looking for us. They could not find us. They had to track it. They had a but they could not find us. We had all our lights off. And so we're thinking that might be the way to get in there. Turn off all the lights and sneak in. There's one ship that's made it into the Palestinian waters. It's actually a ship that, I don't know if I mentioned we ran aground. 2 weeks ago we had crazy Tunisian. Yes, we had a Tunisian captain at that point. He was going to his house on the coast and we ran aground. And we were there for 4 hours and then a boat called Mykonos came to help us. Another local Tunisian fishing type boat sort of thing. Mykonos, the main boat that came and helped us get off the reef. We were there for 20 hours, 24 hours. And Mykonos is the boat that's gotten the furthest in the Palestinian water. Yeah, we're still 5 hours yet. The boat is holding so far. Organized and stuff. In the steering committee, mediators and negotiators and stuff.
Zaman ada. Ya, saya tengah nak cas tu. Tolong cas ada zaman. Dah habis dah. Mak tolong cas ada je. Kalau ada kita.
não por legge. Yeah.
ship on our pork bell.
I can hear a drone. Can you hear it?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, I can hear.
Look around.
But I can't find it. What's the one on there?
In the sky.
It's not drone, but it's consistent.
We're on the bow. Just built.
That's the same one.
No, it's not. It was over the. I just looked at it a couple of minutes ago. I guess it's scripted. Yeah.
That's the same one.
Okay.
There's a drone there somewhere I can hear.
The other one is a beaver.
Probably up in the sun there, so we can't see it. Yeah, you. Stanley. We're losing the other place now. No, it's not empty. Still one thing.
We are on 170. We are on 170.
170?
Yeah, 150, 160.
Country's done. Still on. Go back on it again. Come back on.
Okay, 1 line. Now we get a little bit in now. 2 knots now. Around 2 knots, about that.
From everywhere though.
So, the sound is consistent, but I think something else. It should be like that, but not consistent. The girl, when they're moving, then they change the conductor. It will change the sound also. clock. You see the clock?
What?
It's like a hanging, like a clothes hanging in the. I never see this type of clock.
Sold? No.
From Ghana, like we see a land, it's a mountain. What happened to my eye?
I don't know, in there where the cloud there, you probably will see land, like that's Egypt. We're not that far from Egypt, but.
Mikeno is 9 miles away from Gaza shore.
Yeah?
Mikeno is 9 miles away from the shore of Gaza.
Nice one.
That's amazing.
Yeah, but Mikeno might be intercepted if IOF wants to.
Yeah, there we go.
Now we are 9 miles from Gaza.
No, I don't think. I think Mikeno is what IOF wants to.
Yeah, she said brash that.
Yeah, I think because IOF isn't taking people off anymore because I think they might be full. I think IOF is on board and taking the ship. Those that are close to Ashdod, they're getting on the ship and riding the ship to Ashdod.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I don't think the ships are close to Gaza.
Yeah. I told my friend, they go on the tractor, go to Gaza. I said, no.
They're boarding,
Ashdod
and they're
is
going
close
to
to
Ashdod.
Gaza.
Yes.
Yeah. Because you'll be confused because Ashdod is a port close to Gaza, but it's under Israel. They do what they instruct us last time. Oh, last time they asked to go to Ashkelon. Mak masak tu, Mak.
Mohammedan?
Yeah. He will die one day he can't use the phone.
He loves the phone.
Yeah, he loves the phone. He got addicted.
He's very addicted to it.
Yeah. If you take a phone from him, 2 days he will die.
Yeah.
One day you have to go to ICU,
Separation
pumping. After 2 days, it's a die. When the doctor pumping here, you give him phone, he will wake up.
I'm gonna hide his phone just now to see what happens. No, we don't have time for medical emergency.
I should be more relaxed over it. First time, maybe 400 or 500 messages a day.
Yeah, I'm not even looking at my phone.
All the chats must be gone fairly quiet now, Florida.
It's dead.
Dead.
It's now about Fair Lady.
Mm.
We're actually featuring.
Plastik mat orang nak tidur kat atas. Nice one.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Muhammad.
Good. Yeah.
Good.
Malaysian pancake. Of course you can eat because it's come from flour.
Yeah.
What comes from flour?
Flour.
I'm gonna taste and taste. I don't want to upset my stomach.
Ambil. Bismillah, warahmatullahi. Good.
Yeah.
Good. Alhamdulillah. Bismillah. Saya ada orang putih.
Jam.
Next 5 hours.
Jam. Okay, thanks.
He wants the strawberry jam.
Strawberry jam. Good.
Yeah.
Strawberry jam. Good. Strawberry jam atau coklat.
I put it in the little peephole that says jam on the right hand side. Yeah, where the tea is. Yeah. There's a lot of jam. You can pick your flavor. I also like strawberry jam and apricot jam.
Apa? Tak dengar. Sayur tak ada. Sayur habis dah. Saya ratah bau ni. Saya jangan makan sayur.
No, we got nothing. But I was dipping my toast in the jam this morning. Daniel, is Muhammad married?
No.
What? He can cook nice. But must get wife.
He stayed with his sister brother-in-law.
Okay.
So they're running a family madrasah.
Oh,
Sugar.
Yeah. Family madrasah. It's around 100 students.
In which city?
Huh?
Thank you.
In what city?
Take it over. Take it over.
Which city?
In Kuala Tunggal. In the East Coast.
In the East Coast.
They call it the most traditional Malay area.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we are come from West Coast. It's a more moderate Malay area.
Kuala Lumpur.
Selangor. So a bit traditional.
Is it good with sugar?
Sugar good. Okay. Good.
Good with sugar.
Don't shout much. Speak slowly.
I was considering immigrating to Malaysia.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, last year. Because we had to leave Canada. And I wanted to go to Malaysia. But my father was being sick in Malaysia.
I don't like sugar. Malaysia so far. You have
too
to.
far from South Africa.
Okay, from Canada to South Africa is how long?
Same as Malaysia to South Africa. Same. So it would have solved the problem, you see.
Okay.
But I think in future we may consider going to
Kuala
Kuala
Lumpur.
Lumpur. Because you've got the M1 H1 residency visa now.
Yeah.
So we're thinking of
Malaysia is the second house.
Yeah. So we're thinking of that.
It's good for expected and professional.
It is good for expected professional and also good for Muslims.
Yeah.
And go to Terengganu.
No, I go to Kuala Lumpur.
Kuala Lumpur.
Yeah.
Terengganu lah.
I want to work at Petronas.
Oh, Petronas.
Because I used to work in oil and gas.
Okay.
Oil and gas.
Yeah.
So if you go oil and gas, if you go to headquarters in Kuala Lumpur,
Yeah, I used to go
so island pumping is a Muhammad village.
What that one?
You work.
Oh yeah?
If you go for the pumping operation
Yeah.
from the shore, it's come to Muhammad. Terengganu. And the headquarters in Kuala Lumpur.
Kemaman.
Kemaman.
It's actually nice with the sugar. It's okay with the sugar.
Where you go? Terengganu, where you go? Baik, sedang.
Nice.
Nice.
So I asked Dana, why no marriage, no wife?
I know. No wife. Inshallah.
Inshallah. I make dua for you.
Inshallah. Shukran. Kainas, sedap bah.
My brother, you want to try some?
Some what?
Pancake made in Malaysia.
Oh, you made them?
No, Muhammad.
Muhammad, wow.
If you need some bit of jam, you can put strawberry jam.
You know, guys, that I can read all your hateful messages. I don't know how you dare to write all these things. Bro, silence thing. Your embarrassment. Look at this. You are an embarrassment to the world. And I know you can hear us.
If you weren't on a mission and this was a holiday, you might actually be
I'm enjoying myself.
I'm not. Why? That's unfair, Teddy.
Party's not over yet.
Until the fat lady sings.
Yeah.
You see, what's bothering me doesn't bother you. The seasickness. You don't get that.
No.
That's why you're okay.
Biasanya kalau
Knowledge.
Hey?
I
just, there's this constant feeling of like,
dengar daripada
when you're sick, you can taste the sickness in your mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have that. Like, I know that my body's not, like, okay. Like, it was fine up till 3 days ago. I just know my body's not okay. And I can taste it in my mouth. But this is how
Is this come to us now?
No, she's coming at speed, yeah.
the vessel.
Yeah.
Yay!
Yeah, the vessel come with quite strict.
A glass?
Yeah.
Yay.
Last time like this now, I
They're
can
going to
see
come
it,
here and we're going to be sitting and chilling here. No one in position with life jackets on.
Better put on our jackets in case she rams us.
Maybe we take a few minutes because it looks like it's direct to our boat now.
I'd say now was the time.
You can see that?
Yeah, at speed, eh?
Yeah.
Maybe they want to wrap this thing up.
I go to toilet first for pee.
Okay. Muhammad,
I don't want to pee. I
we
don't
take
want to
it down. Ayo is coming. Yeah. Say bye. You say bye. Say bye. Bye. And you take everything down. Ayo is coming. Let's prepare.
Yeah. Sangat lagi.
This party is eating.
Okay, let's do this.
Thank you.
So, they're coming. Finally, look at that. Do you see it? There? Are you all happy? Are you all happy now? Do you think we're scared? We're not scared. We're not scared of bullies. We're not scared of bullies. We're not scared of bullies.
Yeah, the one that's plugged in. Not that one. The big one.
Sorry, till I sit here.
Sorry. Camera anyway.
Coming quite fast to us. Come guys, jackets on. Coming. Make sure you have your passports on you. We are one of only two boats connected and known. We are the last two remaining. Clearly the American. Everybody else's status unknown or intercepted. If they're unknown, then I think they boarded and they like going with the boat.
Yeah, I also think so.
Sure, because they can't be getting. This vessel won't be coming for us if that vessel's 9 miles.
What about what's here for? Thanks, Anna.
How much is the petrol here? She's doing 12 behind.
What is that? Like, I heard you talking about Nando's in French, and Ashton, and this is your whole conversation.
Turn the cushion upside down, Pat.
Okay, that's
just sitting in the wet bag.
Johnny. Okay, I turned it. Oh,
Why aren't you wearing an orange one?
English?
Why don't you wear the orange one?
This is SIARAN. I don't know.
Yeah, wear that one. Yeah, all the same.
We are likely to be intercepted.
Take that jacket off, yeah. Take the other one off. You didn't take a picture of that ship there as well.
I took a picture and I'm about to just post it.
Nice one.
So that is video footage of it.
So they are arriving. They are arriving. Look at that. Massive with this tiny, tiny little sailboat. Oh. Okay. What you doing? Boker Tov. Boker Tov, Motexito. Boker Tov, Motex. Welcome. Mohammed made just very nice Malaysian pancakes. You want to try?
No, it's gone. Well gone.
Oh, Florida. Oh, yeah. We are going so slow. Vamos tan lento que si está nada más nos vienen a ver y se van. Ya veo los green chiefs.
Yeah, you come over. Careful to send you the program. Finish it careful to send you on your home. The other way, and then you have it. Copy it again at some stage.
Send that to my signal.
Okay.
Can you send that video to
I can to your signal? Yes, I can.
My WhatsApp.
I have your signal.
Actually, if you could point me on that signal, I'd appreciate it.
If I have listened to you before, I won't.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, have you no pennies give it to you? Thanks for that. Thank you.
Okay, so the station now, it's stopping again. They might be getting boats that way. We are one of two boats that are still on connection and like in the queue. But this might be
Ini kapal yang dari tadi 1 jam ni jauh. Kabut putih mungkin untuk menghasilkan gelombang. So, bagi kapal operasi hanya sebuah kapal kecil, mungkin ketika mengenam orang.
Sí, bueno, es probable que ya vengan a interceptarnos, raptarnos.
Yang dapat deteksi dari bawah. Orang daripada pagi depan kau lagi. Depan dua dia berangkat. Dia belum ada penaikan. Berhenti kemungkinan kita akan dia akan turun di atas lanjut. Fokusnya. Kami satu kapal yang berada di dalam kawasan hampir dengan pantai Gaza. Menunggu kami semalam dengan alas sekitar dengan penumpang masih mencoba dan menghantar kembali.
Daylight. Makes it less scary when it's in daylight.
Kapal perang Israel sedang bergantikan dibuat satu pusingan. Sekarang dia berhenti. Nampak dia ketika dia ada tujuan utama dia mungkin memantau dan kemudian antara bot untuk turun dan mengganti kapal lain. Kita pantau pada awal tadi 2 jam. Ini baru dia ambil keadaan.
Message now from one of the media channels. We'd like to have an interview with you at 9:30. I'm like, we being intercepted. Goodbye.
Karena kami
Really cannot take your call right now.
1,5 Gaza. Jauh daripada fleet utama kami mendekati pantai Gaza yang menjadi kawalan. Jadi mereka ada kapal yang
Nothing at all. Your binoculars here, will you be able to see any better without binoculars? I see.
Yeah, they have ribs in the water.
They've got ribs in the water?
Yeah.
Okay, they're coming.
Two, but are they boarded or boarded already? No.
Yeah, the ribs are in the water.
We all have our passports.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mohammed.
Thanks, man. What's that stuff saying?
Thank you.
You tried to kill us?
Thank you.
It's really nice. It's called acid. It's like a perfume, but it's nice.
What's it called?
It's acid. You put it on when you die and you're going to be praying. You also put it on for Friday prayers. So take whichever one you want.
First Friday. We just get a bit early.
When we wash the body, because we bury within 24 hours.
Yeah.
So we wash the body and then we put it in the white cloth.
Yes.
And then you put acid on the cloth, because we don't put it in a case or anything like that, like a box, right? We put the body straight into the ground. So we put acid on the white cloth of the body and then we bury.
Interesting.
It's the same here.
I think that's a destroyer.
It is a destroyer, yeah.
Bigger than a frigate or whatever.
Oh, look at them. They come from there.
Here they are, yeah. They come from over there?
Yeah, from the bow.
And the gunboat.
Let's have some water. Let's get ready.
So another one coming.
Yeah.
Huh?
Three.
Okay. More coming.
I feel quite.
In the water. Inshallah, Bismillah, we are ready.
You okay, Mohammed?
You're all quite flattered.
Turn the camera there towards the boat.
But they need to see us, I think.
Of course, yeah. Just that they see one and then I go. So they're coming. I feel quite flattered. 3 ribs for only 6 people.
They're thinking about our comfort.
Look at that. They're so scared they said 3 ribs for 6 people.
Now be ready. Mohammed, you all good?
We've got another boat on this side approaching us with 3 ribs in the water.
Anybody with phone stuff you want to get rid of?
Pull that sail in there. You leave that line go there, or no? You pull this one.
Which one?
Pull that in.
This one?
Yeah.
In.
Pull it in now.
Oh, it's really tough. Okay.
Give it to me here, look, I live in North Texas. Easier for me to do it from here, right there.
Jadi kami dah dikepung oleh 4 buah bot, 1 kapal dan 3 bot sedang menuju. Dan masih ada kapal, bertaran kapal. Ini mungkin menjadi momen terakhir tuan-tuan boleh melihat kami. Okay. Dan saya jangka kapal yang ada dah dekat dah. Kami akan dapat arahan daripada poin SIARA je untuk lemparkan telefon. Jadi pada sebelah sana ada 2 kapal. Dan di depan kami juga ada 1 kapal. Pengilih biasanya mereka akan menghasilkan ombak besar dulu. Yang di sebelah sana tu bot. Yang di sebelah sana tu bot. Saya tak boleh tunjuk, saya tak boleh pusing. Di sana bertaran bot. Kami mungkin akan menerima penjejakan masuk daripada bot. Mereka belum lagi pintar telefon atau membawa beriak. Di sebelah sana adalah bot. Yang 2 ni adalah kapal. Tuan-tuan boleh nampak dalam kamera tak? Belakang kapal. Paling hampir. Ini adalah kapal yang paling hampir. For your life check. Okay.
Oh, where's the VHS? Oh, because somebody saying pay daily.
Can't do it on load later. What?
Filistinler için savaşmaya hazırım demişti. Yani bu noktada Ukrayna'nın çıkışı çok değerli ve önemli. Her ne kadar ikisi de İtalya'nın çıkışı önemli. Bakın biz Yunanistan'dan gemimiz arka yaptık. Yunanistan'da Girit adasında 2 gün kaldık. Girit'te görmemiz lazım. Yunanistan'dan yani halk bulunduğumuz liman da böyle göz önünde bir liman değildi. Haritalardan takip ederek pilotun, daha doğrusu pilot değil, bizim yerimiz geldiler. Oradaki aldığım evet bir gözlemim. Yani Gazze belki çok bedel ödedi. Belki hakikaten çok çalışıyor. Ama bu şeytanın gerçek yüzünü bütün halkların görmesini sağladı. Halkların mutlaka uyanması lazım. Özgürlük için uyanması lazım. Kaldığı müddetçe, geri durduğu müddetçe